Well, hello everybody, welcome. We appear to have the game muted. Big day today. I was going to say it's Tuesday. It's actually technically not Tuesday anymore. It's 7 a.m. Wednesday, and it's the big release of End of Dragons' first story patch. And it's been like a year. Well, hold on. It's been 11 months, I think, actually, technically. Since the release of End of Dragons itself. Over the past 11 months, we have seen a bunch of Living World patches come out, and some other system changes, slight tweaks for the game. I spent huge amounts of that time away from the game, kind of just got back into it since Christmas. I haven't like gone full-fledged and full swing into like covering a lot of stuff about the story. That's sort of a side of the game that I've not been so much into lately. But I also just did a sort of 1 year later playthrough of End of Dragons itself, which I finished on Monday. So we're pretty much ready to see where they're going to take the story now. Now there's been a few other changes. The devs no longer release trailers early or blog posts early. And so for that reason, there's basically been 2 screenshots I've seen of this upcoming patch. That's it. I really don't know anything else that's going on at all with the game. So I'm going into this very blind, with the sole exception to I just woke up and I saw on the Spud Discord that apparently this patch is not doing very well. Like, it's not reviewing very highly. And some people think I'm going to hate it. So I really wish I was here. Basically what I'm doing is I'm putting this video at the end of the End of Dragons Let's Play playlist. What I would love to do is have a patch now where, you know, I'm really enthusiastic and it's something amazing to look forward to. But, yeah, I don't know. I've read some nasty things about this, so we'll see. We'll see whether people are right in their guess as to my take on this. There's some joke, I think, going around that... you know, they've announced to us that there's mini expansions now, but what they didn't reveal to us was there'd be mini patches as well. So it's going to be an odd one. I think I was hoping that this patch would be the new format, the new idea. So this would be like one of our quarterly releases, and whatever we experience here, I was hoping would be indicative of the future. So, you know, the scope of this patch, hopefully it would feel like a meaty Living World patch. I'm not talking about, like, world-breakingly different Living World patch. I'm just mean like a nice, meaty Living World patch on the range of some of the longer Living World patches that we've had in the past. You know, you don't need to be at the very, very, very best. Like, I don't know, I think Thunderhead Keep, in terms of raw playtime, story journal time and stuff, was very good. It doesn't have to be that amazing, but somewhere on that level. But apparently this doesn't even hit the bar of like some of the weakest patches ever, so I don't know, we'll see. I don't know why Liz is here. So I got kind of a weird decision of what character to play. I'll tell you guys the truth, right as I started this video a second ago, I thought I was going to be playing Bladesworn, but I'm looking at Liz here. All I know is I want to play an End of Dragons spec, and you know what, I actually kind of fell in love with Catalyst over the past few days. So let's play Catalyst. Let's do it on Liz. Let's return to the OG. So Liz has technically now beaten all the story. So she's done End of Dragons. If you remember my playthrough last year, I was on my Necro. A new Necro that I'd made. An Asura Necro. I've since taken Liz through. And so what you'll see here, though, is we've got all the icons for completionists. This last one, there's a new chapter, chapter 16. It would be cool if in the UI they could put like a bar underneath the 15. To sort of represent this was the main expansion and then 16 comes on the bottom. But this is cool. I already really like what I'm seeing here. This is like how Guild Wars always should have been. You know, it should have been my story, and then Living World Season 1 and 2 should have just gone on to the bottom of it, you know. I guess they fixed the UI. This UI was broken for a while. Wait, is this how it always was? Yeah, I think it was. You know, all these different sections kind of suck. So now, okay, this is going to be quite nice, you know. It will mean that people really, in the future, review this patch as just a part of the expansion itself, and I think that that's going to be quite nice. Anyway, yeah, so we're going to play Catalyst. Check out my Weaver appearance, though. It's pretty good, isn't it? We got the fire and the water on the elemental sword. Classic, Guild Wars 1 feeling. And then we've got lightning on the dagger. Unfortunately, they don't have a lightning/earth dagger, which kind of sucks. I was using Warp Blade for ages, and we've got the Weaver's gauntlets on the Weaver build. I was using Warp Blade for ages, because usually in all my templates, I have the iconic weapon with the spec, right? Like, I tried to make it look as natural as possible. But Warblade just doesn't look that good. I don't know. It feels like an item that is missing all of its visual effects. And I swear I remember there was something about... Wasn't this data mined during Heart of Thorns and then just added later? So, I don't know. I kind of want to use Warblade, but the Elemental Sword is just too perfect. It's also associated with Loner and POF. I don't know if it actually came out during the game era that Weaver came out, but still, it's just too good. So anyway, it's a bit of a problem finding good looks and appearances themes for Ellie, because they're so crap at designing, like, strong themes for them. We already have a guy that's all about elementalism and about, you know, it kind of has that arcane vibe. But now we have another one with End of Dragons, which is the Catalyst. So my Catalyst set up. Let's go Pure Celestial, I think. No, and then that's Open World Tempest. So here's my current Catalyst setup. This is not actually very open world appropriate, but we can tweak it. Yeah, so this is the Decade armor. This is from the 10th year anniversary of the game. It's with the hammer called Gravity. They might have done a bit better with the visuals on Gravity, but I absolutely love this skin. Just the idea, just the name and everything is so good. It's so perfect for a hammer elementalist, Gravity. So good. And then we have the new back piece from End of Dragons and the Catalyst headpiece. So, I don't know. It sort of fits. I guess this is what we'll look like for this episode. But let's quickly tweak this. I don't want to, like, run a raid build. So, well, actually, mind you, it's in End of Dragons, so we get the bots. So maybe we don't need a boon build. Well, let's see here. Do I have an open world Catalyst still? I used to have one set up, but I don't anymore, I don't think. Yeah, this is my quickness Catalyst set up. So hold on, what's my power Catalyst set up? Where was it? I just saw it a second ago. Oh, it's just called Pure Berserker, maybe? There you go, there's Power Catalyst paired with Pure Berserker. Oh yeah, I haven't set up any skins on this. This is all just default skins. Yeah, that looks rubbish. That's like my last template for Ellie. I've got so many good templates now, honestly. I should find a way to hotkey cycle through them, but we have like our Magi healer. We have the Weaver that you saw a second ago. So then there's Tempest healer, but that's about resurrection. Then we have a Condi Weaver, which is on the Warp Blade. Then we have what is this? Oh, this is an Alacrity healer, which is probably more useful. That's just legendaries. Then we have our Black Maging looking appearance. This is Tempest. This is like my normal open world build, but I'll keep it End of Dragons related for today's video. But this is actually my favorite outfit for sure. Listen, this on the Kralkatoric mount, so good. And then finally, who's up at the top? Oh, we have another Weaver set up here. Yeah, I don't know. I've actually got some space on this for something new. I don't know. We can look into that. But yeah, all right. Okay, so Catalyst. No idea what I've got going here. What I really don't want to do negative videos. I've got a real problem at the moment where everything's so negative all the time. And everything's so miserable and whiny. And, oh, God, I don't know. I don't want to do that again. But, I mean, I will. We'll see how this goes. All right, so is there a good unsheath effect on this, by the way? Oh, there is. There's a little pop of explosion. Oh, fire. I've never noticed that. All right, so here we go. Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, What Lies Beneath. Now, there is a trailer, and there are patch notes. I might do a separate, proper video about it, but let's just get a playthrough in first, shall we? I got such a headache, guys. I spent, genuinely, this is really pathetic, I spent 14 hours finishing Disco Elysium yesterday. What a game. I saw two endings. I saw the ending where you actually just complete the case and go back to work. And I saw another ending where the moral intern abducts you on their airship, which is just, oh, so good. And I learned all about the Pale and stuff. Wow, that game is amazing. I love their concept of, like, innocences. You know, like these truly godly, saintly people that get anointed as, like, the ultimate humans. And one of them, like, was assassinated by her own secret service because he believed she wasn't actually human. She was, like, a robot or something. It's so cool. Anyway. I played loads of that. And then I noticed that the Guild Wars 2 patch was out, but I had to go to bed. And if you know anything about the UK time zones, you'll know how pathetic that is, what a crazy hour that is to go to sleep. And now here I am, and I've not really drank any water, and I've got a banging headache, so I've got water here, and I also have a cup of coffee. Okay, so. Wait, what? In the name of the law? No, we don't care for this. We do What Lies Beneath. Let's just quickly here as well. The Cycle Reborn. Oh, no, it's not that much to read. We reunited at Arborstone, reflect on the loss of Su-1 and what it means for the Dragon Cycle to be over. We expect Aurene will be able to take the place of the Lost Elder Dragons and provide the stability that Tyria's magic craves. But I've learned anything the last 10 years is that Tyria always behaves like you... Sorry, Tyria never behaves like you expect. Best to expect nothing and be prepared for anything, but maybe finally we'll get a break, and that's the break that's just finished, really. We're all still feeling Su-1's loss, and that won't change anytime soon, but most of my friends seemed optimistic about what's to come. Cantha faces a great challenge in replacing Su-1 as the source of their Jade power, but June, Timey, Yao, and the country's many other great minds are already on the problem. I assume that's what this patch will be. I assume we're going to have a Jade Tech crisis here. Casimir and the rest of our politically minded friends will be keeping busy negotiating new alliances as all those conversations basically ground to a halt, what with the world-ending peril taking priority. There also seems to be an emerging new private detective agency made up of Rama, Marjorie, and remarkably Ivan and Goric. For the rest of us, so used to chasing dragons, our own futures are not so clear. What happens to the Dragon Watcher when there are none left to watch? I suppose we're going to find out. And these are the big questions. After a couple of months relative quiet... Oh, that's interesting. In the journal, they describe that as months, but in-game, it's just as a few weeks. Anyway, I received a message from Casimir inviting me to attend a party being thrown in at her and Marjorie at the Dead End Bar. It seemed like a good opportunity to reconnect with friends and see how everyone had settled into the age of Aurene. I really fucking hate that phrase. I hate the idea that that's actually in lore now, that we're in the age of Aurene. I suppose it's fair. I'm just an Aurene hater. I arrived at the bar to find out about half the party was already there, so we mingled until everyone else showed up. Casimir and Marjorie seemed to be bubbling over with excitement, and it was clear that something big was going to happen. When our full party had arrived, this was Timey, Goric, Logan, Rox, Ritlock, Canuck, and Bram, they stood in front of us and proposed to each other. I think most of us weren't surprised, but that didn't make it any less exciting. As I looked around, I thought about how good it was to see everybody able to do the sort of normal things we've all been missing out on for so long. Life's moving on. The guild is moving on. Suppose I'll have to move on someday too soon. But to what? I don't know yet. I suppose I'll find out when I get there. This is a huge moment for the story because it is a fresh beginning. We are entering a new era, the era of Aurene. And, you know, they could potentially destroy all the characters, all the ideas we know about of meaningful stories. All we know, for now, is it's going to still be in Cantha because, you know, Cantha deserves a patch or two, I suppose. So, yeah, what lies beneath? They're still considering it to be the same year, and I guess that's fair. So play this chapter as Cantha recovers in the wake of the Dragon Cycle's end. Goric, Rama, and Yao have taken on mind-altering investigation into power and treachery at a Jade Brotherhood mining operation. Play this chapter. Oh god, do I have dialogue on? I do have dialogue on. And in fact, I hope all of the sounds and everything's good. People who catch this video live, you can let me know if the audio seems a bit rubbish or anything like that. Okay, so, let's read our mail. Oh my god, why I got so many mails. Let's stop and see if Liz speaks. I would love it if she only speaks or we get like a phone conversation when I hit delete, but I don't know whether they can actually do that. Alright, so Rama says, you're invited. Hey friends, enjoying the peace and quiet lately? Me neither. What in the world do people do? If you've been missing my company lately, you know who you are. Meet me at the Red Duck Tea House for food and drinks. So we already heard about this in Ender Dragons, actually. I already ordered lots of sushi and some good food too. Rama. P.S. Sorry for the generic invite, but there are a lot of you, and paperwork isn't my thing anymore. I'm retired. He's retired? Did he say he was going to retire before? I thought he just said he was happy doing grunt work and he didn't want to be promoted. He retired. Okay, well, yeah, okay, I really kind of wanted this first letter to be from E, by the way. Since this is like a new beginning, I wanted this to feel like the start of Season 1 or something, you know? So we have 2 guild requests. We have 2 gathering yields and a limited opportunity with the Black Lion Company. Yeah, so I read this in the patch notes. Tyria's number one trading company has immediate need for basic goods and materials to help support the renowned Black Lion hunters and expedition teams, bringing our clients quality goods of all kinds. Various exclusive Black Lion goods are being offered in exchange for the interested entrepreneurs. The opportunity won't last long, so check back with the Black Lion requisition officers stationed near the Black Lion traders in every major city for more information. I believe what it is it's like there's a new daily thing. where you can earn statuettes or something. Wasn't that the thing? I don't know. It's a bit tangential to the story, and we've been standing here for a while. So let's head on over. I'm going to go to Arborstone for the 7 silver saving on a waypoint fee, and we'll travel to the Red Duck Tea House. How about that? Let's travel on Turtleback. Turtle, who I have much hope for in this expansion, will have things to do.
What have you been moving?
Food, mostly.
Man, I wonder what they could update all kinds of things. They could change random NPCs and dialogue that fires in Lion's Arch and Arborstone. They could expand. What's going on with the mastery? I gotta say, guys, we've had a lot of discussion about. It's weird that there's no blog post. It's weird that there's no trailer. Blah 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 blah. But it is very odd going into this totally blind. I mean, have they added a mastery? Have they extended a mastery? Have they? I mean, it's very weird. You know, they've never had like a major patch like this, where just so little has been explained already. So I don't know. Are there new masteries? Or new tiers? Doesn't look like it. Not that I think that mastery expansions are the greatest things in Living World anyway, but you never know. Use our jump jets to try and continue maintaining control. So where is the Red Duck? I was thinking for a second it might have been there, but no, it's all the way over here. That's fine. Can we turtle along the waterways and just walk there? That's kind of an interesting thought, isn't it? But just low down. I think I'll keep to the upper city for now, maybe. Oh. Guild Wars always does this thing where it thinks I'm holding shift when I'm not holding shift. I don't know if you guys ever get that. Oh my god, I'm doing this thing again where I can't see chat because I'm sitting in such a weird place. Brad just joined the Spud Club, became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. I don't know much about the YouTube membership feature. I can make exclusive videos and stuff for people in theory. If I work out a good plan for it, hopefully you'll be well rewarded for that. So thank you very much. Are there bonus events? The Black Lion thing is bonus events. I mean, when I read it, I sort of thought, oh, that might be a good idea, you know, like, because again, I think the daily system in this game, and I think the weekly system, the lack of a proper weekly system and monthly, is all like really damaging. I would much rather a really strong, easy, good idea that gets everybody playing together and very clear idea of exactly where to go and what to do each day, and it not being undermined. Now, if there's if a way that they fix that is by giving me more access to Black Lion stuff, I think that's pretty good. Hold on, let's try and go up the stairs here. I kind of am quite happy that I'm doing this, you know, a few hours after the patch came out, because any instability, random crashes, you know, hot fixes, stuff like that, hopefully we've missed here, which is quite good. What's this? They aren't uninstalling. They're cracking jokes at ArenaNet's expense. Who? Who's uninstalling? What is this? Yeah, I'm a bit nervy here at the moment, because I don't know how this will go. It worries me that people in the Discord who know me and watch my content say that I'll hate it. I mean, that's never a good sign. I miss getting an email from ArenaNet on every single loading screen. Oh, did I now? That's quite funny. Doom and gloom is just a feature of the new patch. I mean, this is definitely one of those things where, with the announcement of mini X-Packs, they've got to have a strong... I mean, this is the start of the new era. You do want to... I mean, the thing is, you can always say, every single patch ever, you can say, oh, this one has to be really good, you know. Maybe it is more true for this one than others, maybe. Oh, we had another person join the membership thing. Fireball Annie, thank you very much. I feel like I recognise your name saying that out loud. I'm torturing the turtle with climbing the stairs. No, I'm not torturing it. I'm training the turtle. We're training. We're also, what we're doing is we're padding the video, you see? So if it's just like one instance, if it's like a 50-minute patch, it's actually longer than that. Because, oh, wrong way. Because, see, this all counts, guys. In other MMOs, this counts as content. You know, the fact I could join a squad and TP to a friend and instantly be there, that doesn't count. Is it downstairs on the dock there, then? We're either making a huge mistake here. I think it's down here. I think it's on the dock. Oh, no. We're making a mistake. It's not. It's not down here. Oh, we just did all of that for absolutely no reason. It's fine. Let's go back to Garden Heights and we'll just zip line back over. It doesn't honestly take very long. Damn it. I like the idea of having, maybe what it was in my head, I really liked the idea of having tea on the waterfront. Would have been kind of a nice little plan there. Sorry, I'm just trying to move my windows here a little bit so that I can actually, there we go, see chat a bit better. They should have added mastery points. Sorry, so what, they added a mastery but no points for it, is that the thing? Wait, what am I doing? Here we go. Let's focus up. We want to get on a zip line and then hang a left. You haven't finished it and you hear it gets dark. Actually, yeah, I heard that it's a dark patch as well, and you guys know me, I like my edgy stuff. I like a bit of melancholy. I like a bucket of what this is. I described this to Kerry. I described Disco Elysium to Kerry as this as well. I like it just having a bucket of cold water thrown over me every now and then, and that's what that game does constantly. It's so depressing, and then you think it's cool and interesting, and then there's just some message or something just brings you back to reality in like a crushing way. I love that stuff. Yeah, I suppose I could have skyscaled up the wall. That's true. It is a very high wall, though. All right, here we go. A raw deal. What is about to happen? I really don't know. Who's even invited? A lot of people.
She's up to her Copley at event planning. Did you invite Captain Min?
Yes. What about Timey?
I'm not sure. She's been busy researching with Lady June. Biomechatronics, alternative energies, fascinating tech. Commander! Glad you made it. You look exhausted.
So what's this all about?
Wait, are you getting engaged, Rama?
Yeah. Surprise! I'm getting married to that sushi roll.
But you don't like sushi. Is that heart-shaped?
You should be a detective. Now, please, eat. I sure don't want it.
Oh man, I quite like that. Why does the commander look exhausted, first of all? Is this meta commentary already about the studio? And that just made me think of the fact he wasn't invited to the other proposal. But he does have the girlfriend, right? Min, right? He was just talking about her, maybe? Oh god, also I'm impressed that when I walked in, it didn't interrupt the ambient dialogue to replace it with the close by dialogue straight away. I always love it when they nail that, because I'm always so insecure I'm going to miss stuff by just playing at a regular pace. But okay, wow, there's a lot of interactables. Optional, give Rama his gift. Sorry, did I bring him a gift, did I? Great to see you, glad you showed up at least. Hoping for a bigger turnout?
There's some folks I wish were here. Well, people are busy. Cleaning up, traveling, running a government agency. I get it.
Aw, it's okay, Ram. I'll always be here for you. If there's content, I'll be there to play it. A variety of delectable appetizers are set on the table for Rama's guests. These look tasty. I'll take some. Would you like one? Is this the gift? Is it the sushi, which now looks like a bowl of something else? Sushi, would you like? No? Should I eat it? Is that me eating or is that me throwing it? Oh no, it is us eating. Oh wow, with the little chopsticks. Is this a new animation? Oh wow. Good job, Liz. Oh my lord, I've never seen that before. I'm going to hear that that's old and that was in End of Dragon's launch. If so, though, that's good that they're reusing something like that. That's really good, though. Great to see you, Commander. Quite a party, isn't it? How's timing?
June keeps her quite busy, and she wouldn't have it any other way. Though I do wish she would take more breaks.
Are you like an item now? What happened over... How did your relationship develop over the past 11 months? Waiter, what can I do for you? So, how's business?
People feast when they're happy, gorge themselves when they're sad. When life seems unpredictable, they eat their fears. We're extremely busy these days.
Okay. The Canthan obesity epidemic is the next big storyline. How long have they been here?
The talkative one arrived a short time ago. The handsome one has been here for some time. Seems a bit nervous.
See, I don't like this, though, because this bar is filling too quickly. I'm not going to be able to see everything. What's with the heart-shaped sushi?
Ah, yes, a special order requested it be just so. Exquisite work by our chef, though the gentleman refused to taste it.
Okay.
Speaking of detective agency, oh, it's timing. I'm putting you on broadcast.
Oh, I like the little ringing
I'm at
animation.
Rama's party with the commander and Rama.
Oh, right. Sorry I couldn't make it. So, listen to this. Yao told June that the Jade Brotherhood discovered some super high-powered jade deep in a mine. But Yao told me Chilmu said something strange is going on. Aggressive creatures, missing Brotherhood. Sounds like...
An opportunity.
Yeah, I was gonna say problem, but...
It is a problem. A disturbing one. I'm going to check it out. Who are you talking to? Is that Gorik?
Okay, talk to you later, Timey. This is it. We're doing this. The Friends Detectives.
He's obsessed with that name.
Wait. You can't just decide you're a detective agency. This is Cantha. There's paperwork.
I filed the application weeks ago. Copies are on the table. Look.
Oh man, okay. So just to be clear, like I said, on Monday I finished my End of Dragons 1 year later playthrough, and we ran through what the patch will probably be. And this is so far exactly what I said. That there would be a pocket of high-powered jade that they would find that is probably a solution to a crisis. There doesn't appear to be a crisis, to be fair. A jade tech crisis. Unless there is, and June's just kept it quiet. But there'd be something high-powered. But my theory is that it's not because Suwon's been near it and charged it up. My theory is it's because Kanaxai demons have been near it and charged it up. And this madness thing would be like the outcast. And so far, it's completely what I wanted it to be, which is quite cool. You know, because a speculative guess is always going to be somewhat what I want. What is this? Eligibility. Don't mind if I do. Sample all the food and drinks that Rama ordered. Oh, okay. I'll eat a little bit of everything. What's this? Cucumber. And varieties of slop. A variety of delectable appetizers set on the table for Rama's guests. Oh, I see, and we do the long animation each time. It's a part of the achievement. I like this, though. I like how she even steps forwards. Oh, and the little nom 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 kind of thing that the Asura do was actually not bad. There's a lot of good work there, actually. Okay, next. A variety of delectable... Yeah, we get it. Do I have to... Well, does this count as a different thing? Oh, that's weird. I have one in each hand. I think that's bugged a little bit. That's all right, though. That's the true hungry horse. Yeah. And again. You missed cats. Sorry, what's this? There's cats in the bar? Well, the tea house. Your new spec, the double bowler. Yeah, they should do that, like a glutton kind of spec. A variety... How many times am I going to start reading that before I learn that it's going to be the same message each time? There's a pouch of confetti there. I'm not going to be eating the confetti, surely. There's a hidden achievement for petting all the cats in the bar. Really, no. I can forgive that my back piece is kind of desyncing a little bit. A variety of high-quality tea blends into the table. I could go for a drink. Well, look, we even have a little tea. Is this all new? This has to be new, surely. Oh, I actually have to drink all three. I look really weird there, actually. My expression is very odd. I don't know what is that. How do I read that? What is that? I look a bit high and a little bit curious. Or a little bit like, I don't know, confident or smug, maybe? I don't know what that is. With the pose as well. Alright, a pouch of confetti. Woo! Is this normal in a tea house to have confetti that you throw around? This sounds like fireworks. So we ate the sushi. So what about this? There's so many. Is this really all for the achievement? It's actually a good time while Liz is eating for me to have a drink. Lovely, lovely. More confetti. Shall we use it all up? This strikes me as an instance that would be quite good to do with 5 people at once, because you could all sit in different chairs and all, you know, taste different appetizers. Yeah, we're in New Kaineng at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Go for another drink. Cool, can you imagine how bloated you'd be at this point? Yeah, I don't know. What is with the pose and everything? It's very, very funny. Dude, I love this headpiece, though. I love that you can see the rock actually looks like a little meteor or whatever. Oh, it's just brilliant. For what it's worth, you don't have to do all 3 tea drinks or any of the confetti. Yeah, I mean, this confetti's a bit of a push. It definitely doesn't say. So you think I can just take 1 sip and that's it? I will trust that that's true. I'll take 1 sip, but we will eat our double bowls here. Why have we got the double bowl again? Dual-wielding soups. You know, this thing where we have it in each hand and we, like, tip it up, that's almost like in Monster Hunter, you know, when you eat before you go out on a hunt. In Monster Hunter, that's the kind of thing, you know, that you'd be chowing down on both. They go so ham on that. All right, there you go. We did it. Don't mind if I do. There was actually still a lot more to eat, but that's fine. It's not too many achievements. Delve into the haze. Sorry. I thought the patch was called What Lies Beneath. What's the patch called? Have I titled this video completely wrong? I thought it was called wait, hold on. What's it in the story journal? Yeah, it is What Lies Beneath. So I guess they renamed it, but didn't rename it everywhere, maybe? Well, maybe they've got a new idea for naming them. MIS, Application Acceptance Form 10B.
The Ministry of Investigatory Services hereby grants the Friends Detective Agency a duly recognized partnership.
But nobody's hired us to do anything. Who'll pay us? And that name is terrible.
We can discuss the name later. More importantly, we need to build a reputation. Besides, if there's a new power source, shouldn't we know about it? Or do you think we can trust the Brotherhood to do the right thing? And what if Yao gets into trouble? We can help, right, Commander?
You're not wrong.
Think of the exposure. I can lead the investigation, with your input, of course. We'll have cases pouring in no time.
Well, this party is a complete bust.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rama.
Let's head to the mine. Take some food with you. It's paid for.
You know, the worst thing about the Friends Detective Agency as a name is the initialism is FDA, which is just so bad. But I feel like, I don't know, are they trying deliberately to lean into that now? You know, with the antique summoning stones, collecting ass every week and stuff. With the Ice Brood saga, I'm sure it was a mistake, but are they just, like, going for it now? Is that the sort of thing? Anyway, a raw deal. That was a quite a nice, innocent, quick little instance. That was exciting, wasn't it? Seems like the agency is coming together.
Just waiting on the actual license. Then we'll officially be in business. I do sense some reluctance on Rama's part.
Terrible idea.
But I'm convinced that once we begin our investigation, he'll come around. Marjorie hasn't responded to my daily updates. I believe she has other priorities at the moment, understandably. I'll contact Ivan if we have need of a ship or a cat sitter. But Rama and I can handle things for the foreseeable future.
I like the idea, the thought that for years people were really interested in, like, Destiny's Edge. And then it was a bit of a sore spot finding a new name for Dragon's Watch, you know, and they were like, you know, the whole Fates Razor thing. So this time they've just ripped the Band-Aid off really quickly, and they've just said, all right, Friends Detective Agency. And it's, like, bad, but they know, but it's, like, leaning in. The thing is, I think that works, but I also can't help but imagine, you know, whiny, jilted ex-players snarkily talking about Guild Wars 2's new story and saying, you know, we were Dragon's Watch. Guess what it's become now? I don't know. What is it? What is it now? It's the Friends Detective Agency. That's what you play as now. And I can imagine, like, that joke not going over well in those kinds of, like, sneering discords. Do you get what I mean? But hey. You spearheading things for the agency. So I don't know whether they'll really roll with it. You're spearheading things for the agency. Gunning for lead detective?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. This is an agency comprised of friends. But I've worked alongside a number of impressive leaders, yourself included. And, well, I'd like to try my hand at it.
First Jory and now you get to learn the tricks of the trade from Rama.
Yes, though he's been a bit distracted.
Uh-huh. Hey, is she here yet?
This investigation should provide an opportunity for Rama to focus, and for me to observe and learn.
All right. Hey, Commander, glad you made it. How do you feel about the detective agency idea?
I don't know. Part of me thinks I should just take a vacation. Other part of me thinks I'd just get bored. So, why not?
His attitude seems quite different now. He seems very, I mean, it's along the same lines as what he was before, but it's much more full-on now. I don't quite know how to describe it. What do you think of Yao?
Resourceful. Ambitious. Though I get the impression they've got a lot going on. Not so sure about the company they keep.
Yeah, dodgy past.
Sorry.
Jade Brotherhood.
I don't mean you.
No. We heard the hints in the main expansion. What do you think about Gorik being a detective?
Well, Marjorie vouches for him, and he's a smart guy.
Thank you, Rama. I'm certain we'll...
But book smarts aren't everything. Guess we're gonna find out if I can coach him up. I will say this. He's persistent.
And that's all you gotta be, baby. You bet Rama's love will end up a vampire? Oh man, I wonder if the Celestial Blessing and the vampire stuff is in this on any level. I wonder how it will hook together. Guys, there's a lot to be curious about here. I'm very keen to see this. By the way, just a quick roll call. People who are watching this live, if you haven't played the patch yet, if you're blind with me, I know it's been a few hours, can you type like a 1 in chat? I want to see how many people also have no idea what's about to happen. Because I get the impression that everyone watching this live knows already. Any concern about helping the Brotherhood?
Don't trust them one bit, especially Chelmu. He only joined the fight when it meant survival for him and his own.
Oh no, there's loads of ones. There's lots of ones. Okay, so you're all experiencing it with me here for the first time. I'll try and do a good job, everybody. What can I do? Nothing. I see a 2 in there. I never said say 2. 2. If you have played it, I don't want to see the 2s. Okay, travel back to the shipping docks. Oh, I haven't even looked. I haven't even done the most exciting thing. Oh, it's here. This is weird. I feel very odd. And what's going on here? Is this a new guild hall? North of Dragon's End. Ooh, it looks like they might have done the thing I wanted, which is like a map expansion and then also space to dot in other random shit. Ooh, what's going on up north? Or is this like how we get there? Is it a weirdly shaped map maybe? But I'm quite keen to see this. Okay. Sorry, where do you want me? In the just at the center? Hitch a ride on the rail. Did that say we're going to the Gyala hatchery, by the way? I thought that was already in the game. What? Hold on, let's have a quick look. Oh, the Gyala Delve. Interesting. Gyala was a place in Guild Wars 1 where you train turtles and stuff, but it was already redone. Oh, the Janu hatchery. Oh, Elora's Beach. Chantry of the Crab. Oh, I guess we haven't been there. That's cool. So there might, you know what? I didn't actually look at that Shaman's historical guide at all throughout this era of the game yet, and so I don't know. But I assume there are some Guild Wars 1 locations that we quite didn't overlap with yet. So I don't understand though. The shipping docks. It's doing that shift thing again. Oh wow, we're going on these really cool rails over here. That's awesome. I remember seeing those when the expansion came out and thinking it would be cool if something happened with them. And then nothing did in the end, but here we are with the patch. So yeah, Lys's mounts are randomized now. I think if I do a patch notes video, I'll talk about the randomization feature from last week as well. But yeah, just I think the skimmer is more randomized than the others. Or should have been. Oh, well, maybe it's not. Can you not randomize individual categories of mounts? Is that the problem? Oh, yeah, you can't. They're either all... Oh, no, you would just only favorite certain stuff. Alright. Well, whatever. I'll just put on the Oceanic Broadside or whatever it's called. This is by far my favorite skimmer in the game. I fucking love this skimmer. It's just the skin just looks so good. Such a cool concept. It's just the best. And it has lots of really good dyes as well. Oh wow, look at this. Oh, please tell me there's a little cutscene where we ride the rail. Damn, I never would have had a clue that they'd have the exit here. On the case. Where's your beluga whale, Skimmer? Isn't beluga... aren't there some quaggan varieties that look like belugas? Oh, wow, I love the colours. Orange. It's like sunset or sunrise. It does technically say it's only considered daytime, not dusk or dawn. Oh, wow, we have Order of Whispers music. Or actually, wasn't this the Mists music? I think on the soundtrack this is actually called The Mists or something. But usually Order of Whispers core missions had this. Nice use of some classic soundtrack stuff. The park mining operations. Let's have a look around. Red, green, blue lollipop lights. We got a train here getting pulled by various carts. Really solid frames and stuff in here as well. I don't know if we're technically in the... obviously we're not in the open world, but whether we're in the full world space yet. Where are we actually? Oh, that's bizarre. So we just went from here to here, which is a length of terrain like Fire Islands to Malcor's Leap level shit that you don't even... you know, you don't even think about. Alright. I want to go over there. That's all out of bounds.
My knowledge of healing is mostly theory-based. Detective, are you trained in mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?
You know you can just call me Rama. Since I guess we're both detectives now.
Thank you, Rama. I don't have a surname or honorific per se, but even if I did, you could still call me Gorik.
Ah, thanks.
Honorific. Is that the term? Yeah, maybe I should have played this on Blade Swan. Whatever.
Is he...
He has a pulse, but it's weak.
any sign of Yao? Or anyone?
No, but we haven't been here long. Besides this guy, place is a ghost town.
What if that's Yao? We need to investigate.
You two, stay here and tend to him. I'll take a look.
They're referred to in the log as just a mysterious scream. No dialogue, that's fine though. Oh, this could be such a good opportunity for them now to just like land in a standard of like when they put dialogue, when the players can expect to press F, you know, standardized telegraphs, shit like that. Oh, could be a good way to just draw a line under the first decade and look forward. So that's the Argo crawler thing, except it might be a different one. I think in the screenshot, the pre-release screenshot, we saw that, and it was like collapsed on the floor. So we might be about to see a really badass cutscene of that thing falling down.
Stay back! What the hell is wrong with you?
Me? What's wrong with you?
So Yao and Ari are here. Okay. Don't really know what's going on there.
Commander, quick, hit the off switch.
So for a long time I was playing this with the Juggernaut, which turns all the orbiting things into Quicksilver. But I genuinely prefer it when you actually see them as elements. I think it looks better.
Nice timing. Thanks for the assist. This is Finn. I programmed him to be a fast learner, but I guess he adopted too much of Chulmu's management style.
We told Chulmu positive reinforcement. Lasted about 15 minutes. Then he went back to his usual abrasive self.
I heard things were going off the rails out here. Thought I'd drop by, make sure everyone's okay.
Really? What have you heard?
Some of the crew are MIA. Not sure if they're walking off the job and sticking it to Chulmu, or something worse.
My team's still here. But a guy locked himself in a room, yelling like he was possessed. Or, I don't know, maybe stressed out. And the animals are acting up. I know, it sounds stupid. I thought the veterans were making it up to scare the newbies.
Chulmu did say the wildlife out here is spawned from Shiro himself.
But he's told you more than he's told us. I bet if you ask around the camp, you'll hear more.
So Chulmu, the thing is I should have paid more attention here. Chalmu's like their leader. I don't remember him being abrasive. I totally identify with that, though. The positive reinforcement. Okay, I'll do it last 15 minutes and then go back to being abrasive. Who does that sound like? Excuse me. But okay. Ari, don't report me for catching a breather. I won't report you for whatever you're doing. How long has this excavation been going on? Mine's been going on since before this mine's been going on since before I was born. Dormant for years. After Sue won, everybody's been looking for energy sources. Scouts found this jade, so we brought in equipment, started digging. Know anything about this area? Not much. Some of the crew say they hear voices, they see things. Don't know, don't care. Mining's always been risky. I'm out here breaking my back to get paid. Noises or not, need to put food on the table. The Brotherhood did all this. Logistics, planning, giant drills. Do I look like the marketing department? Look, Xinlai's not the only game in town. Though I'm surprised the MOT hasn't caught wind with all the train issues. Or maybe they did and Chalmu sorted it out. I love trains, by the way, guys. I've got to say. I think trains are an interesting area for Guild Wars to move into. Any kind of large locomotives. Sort it out. Don't play naive. Last thing we need is the MOT or Xinlai out here poking around, telling us what's what, eating into our profits. We hit the motherlode out here. That's ours. I'm sure Cholmu would agree. MOT, the what? Ministry of Technology? Is that the what the initialism's for? So there's a full-on like rail here. What do you want? Heard some strange things are happening here. Seen anything unusual? Got a deadline here, so let's make a deal. You grab some jade for me, I'll talk. Everybody's happy. Sound good? Okay. So you mean like that jade that's up there, along the rail? It occurs to me that this is all mount enabled, which is disappointing to realise suddenly. But that's okay. Grab this. There's the jade. Yeah.
Damn right I have. Even Jindo hates it. Yesterday he snapped at me, then ran off. He's usually such a good boy. Never so much as growled at me before. If you're nosing around here anyway, could you look for him? He's got me worried.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out. Oh, that's it for the jade. Oh no, there is more, but I mean, who else might want it? I assume I exchange jade with lots of people for conversation, so let's do that. I like what they're doing here with the bundles that you can pick up but weapon swap away with the special actions. That was something we've started to see them do a little bit more recently, and it's really good every time they do it. Actually, they might have started fairly early on that in even the Icebreed Saga. Hello. More people mining away. This is cool. This is kind of a side of the Jade Sea that I feel like I didn't get to indulge in enough with the X-Pack itself. And here we are. Well, on the minimap, there's absolutely nothing going on near here, so let's head over the other way. Oh, the Ministry of Transit. Was that it? You can use mounts in any instance post-PF. Not everyone, but a lot of them, yeah. There are some exceptions. They looked like they were going to change things up at the start of the Icebreed Saga because like, when you went into the strike mission there, it had like no, and even just the final mission there, when you're in the cold, they had a debuff, like a special looking debuff that said, okay, this is a mount, this is a 0 mount place, it's too cold or whatever. And it really felt like that was going to be a format they'd run with, and then they just sort of didn't. What do you want? I heard some strange things happening. Seen anything unusual? I'm in no shape to be talking right now. Need some of that medicine over there first. Okay. Is that going to get rid of my jade if I do that? Can I have both? No, it did. It got rid of my jade. Alright, seen anything interesting?
Seen? Good luck seeing anything down in that pit. The air's thick as soup and barely breathable. I already have asthma. If I wind up with more breathing problems, Chilmu's gonna pay.
Interesting. I wonder if they have equivalents of canaries for their coal mines. Something they can bring down to know if they're taking fatal damage or not. You want food? Look, my mouth has better things, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't actually see a place to pick up food. This is very similar to the start of POF, right? That heart outside of Amnoon. Just spread out a little bit more. Sorry, Ari, do you have more dialogue for me that I missed somehow? How did the Brotherhood find out about this place? Details above my pay grade, buddy. Chalmu's got eyes and ears and knuckles in a lot of places. He hears about anything valuable, you can bet we'll be doing everything we can to beat Junlai to it. I wonder if ArenaNet are going to structure this where we get an episode with the Jade Sea, or a patch and an expansion with the Jade Sea, lots of stuff on the Brotherhood and Chalmu, and then they do another one, which is the Echovald Forest, and lots of stuff about Tetra Earthcool and the Speakers. And one's Canaxai, one's Ergos, maybe? Maybe that's a bit formulaic or whatever, but that would allow them to hit a good deal of the big things about Cantha. The Tengu would basically be getting shafted, so would the a lot of the stuff at Saitung, but they can have their day anyway with the Dominion of Winds and stuff later. So maybe that's a thing? Yeah, and then old Kaineng as well, Kieran P. I don't know, it's just too big, too much. What do you want? I heard some strange things happening here. Seen anything unusual?
How about you mind your own damn business? Ugh, nosy snoop.
Speaking of the Tengu, of course there can be Tengu characters anywhere, so... You have to do all the optional ones of these as well for the achievement. Oh yeah, there's an achievement. Speak with all the optional witnesses. It's funny because I'm the kind of player that I'm incentivized to do that anyway. That being said, there were a few End of Dragons achievements I had missed that were lore-based. What do you want? I might be willing to impart some wisdom if you might be willing to part with some coin. 3 gold? Really? Alright. Do I actually even have 3 gold? I do. Hehehe, thanks, pal. Now, what was it you wanted? Seen anything?
Strange.
Was that a real gold sink?
We're all taking orders from Chalmu.
I bet people bitch about that, but I'm fine with stuff like that.
I will never know.
I like the little sound effect too. Sorry, what did he say? Strange. How about the fact that we're all taking orders from Chalmud? Why that guy's in charge, I'll never know. He's getting a lot of character development here. I feel like he's either about to become a full-blown member of the team, or he's going to die, one or the other. We might be about to wander... Oh, I'll tell you what, if they're building him up and developing him a lot... Okay, I've got a prediction. My prediction is that we're going to meet him, and then, like, his head's going to explode or something, and it'll be because of, you know, there'll be a crisis suddenly, and he gets offed straight away. That's my prediction. It's either that, or they're doing big things with him. What do you want? Heard some strange things are happening here. Seen anything? Didn't I tell you to go forage for fruit in the Oasis an hour ago? What have you even been doing? I think you're mistaking me for someone else, but I will find you some fruit. I like how she says fruit. I always assume that the icon for the food is just, it's an apple because, you know, it's an apple. No, sorry, it's an apple just as a representation, not that it actually is an apple. By the way, apples are definitely the best, like, UI to represent food resources in games. Don't want to be seeing any of this cookie or banana shit. Unless it's cookie clicker. I'll forgive you on that. Hold on, but wait. There's no, like, chef. I understand that I can collect lots of jade from there, but I can't necessarily collect... Alright, it's time to mount up on our badger. Badger. A snake! A snake! I'll know whether I have an old or a young audience there, based on whether anyone knows what the hell I was just talking about. Hello. Yeah, there you go. I see a mushroom in chat. What do you want? Yeah, it's you. I understand. I thought you were a different person. Sorry. God, I got such a killer headache. Here we go. A cooking fire. What is it? Like a fried apple? I mean, it's a sizzling sound. We're getting it from a fire. And it's a plate of fish. But trust me, they're actually apples. They're just sliced like fish. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Oh, here I am being a sarky prick. And it's actually the mechanic. Okay, no, we genuinely need to find her an apple. Can I buy one off the TP? Okay. What do you want? Food? Here's some just fish.
I haven't seen anything per se, but I swear I heard something. A voice from the dark, whispering. When I turned around, no one was there.
Ooh. It's a little bit Ice Brewed Saga-y. See, there's a problem. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but, you know, when a franchise, when a game, when a story gets this long, you're naturally going to start rhyming with earlier stories, and it's not always intentional or necessary. But, you know, it's like if they ever talk about whispering and visions and things speaking in people's head again, it's just going to be like, oh, didn't we do this in the Ice Brewed Saga? And I think that's a totally unfair criticism, by the way. But it is an interesting, like, issue. And it's not exclusive to Guild Wars. It will happen everywhere. And besides, there's precedent from Guild Wars on about it. Oh, well, there's coconuts. She didn't want a coconut, did she? Hold on. Why do I feel like she'll accept a coconut? Oh, she's just asking for fruit in general. Okay. Well, I found some coconuts. Will they do?
One of my crew said
okay,
a guy
good, they
had
will.
a meltdown in the lower mine. Started shouting at everyone. Totally incoherent. Even locked himself in a supply room. He had a meeting with Chol Mu earlier that day. Must have been a rough one.
Is screaming the only way the Brotherhood knows how to communicate?
Liz, people are... Actually, to be fair to Liz, no, we're hearing about Mortal Peril, but we haven't seen it yet. That was just a random Jade Meg. Yeah, she mentioned fruit, I said apple. Yeah, I went off on a long tangent about apples, but it wasn't even technically in-game. I was just thinking they were the writer had been incentivized to talk about fruit because they had seen the UI icon, but the food wasn't necessarily it. What do you want? I heard some strange things are happening. Seen anything? I have bigger problems, buddy. Pickaxe here broke, and Chalmu's gonna have my head if I look like I'm slacking. Now these guys are hard workers. All these other people asking for me to literally bring them the jade, feed them, bandage them up. This guy just needs more stuff to keep slamming away at his job like a machine.
Who wants to know? You Minsec or something?
No, I'm a good guy. Oh, he's not even gonna tell me. Very suspicious. Now, my prediction is this next guy wants a block of jade, so I'm going to grab this. IBS gave you IBS? No, I will forever say that the Ice Brewed Saga actually did have a lot of good stuff in it. There you go, got it right. Don't care who you are or what you've heard. I have deadlines. Make yourself useful, bring me some jade, then we might talk.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some stuff. Stuff you wouldn't believe. Crazy stuff. Like this one lady started talking backward. Out of nowhere. Strangest thing I've ever heard. But it gets weirder.
Oh my god, it's just like Deep Stone.
Kappa. Cute little thing. Ran over and, bit this guy's head clean off. Like a snack. And then, it shot laser beams from its beady little eyes. I swear. Watch yourself out there.
She's got a new voice. That's quite nice. I would not be surprised if there's some kind of crazy Kappa with Superman eyes or something, Cyclops eyes. That's crazy. Yeah, the talking backwards thing. Fuck, that happens a few times in different areas of the lore. In Deep Stone, the Fractal, they're not speaking backwards though, are they? It's just a straight up cipher. It's like a whole. Like people had to translate it, didn't they? But I assume what we're about to experience is very Deep Stone-esque. And in fact, if they draw a direct connection between the lore of those things, that'll be quite good. I'm coming back to this camp because I was preemptively going to try and find an item for someone, but I don't know. Anyway, we got this guy over here, this guy over here. Also, what's this? I never went over there. I assume in the open world, this stuff is all... Oh, it's a turtle pen. Hello. And we're petting the turtle. Oh, I didn't pet the cats. Whoops. Well, whatever. I couldn't even see them. We got some of the Canthan raptors here. Wallows. That's interesting, isn't it? That's almost like, you know, like they've got the mounts set up here. So it's like, look at all the mounts. And now it's like, oh, wouldn't you like a wallow mount? Wouldn't that be cool if there was no press about this release and there was a mastery and it's because they just dumped a new mount in? What would the wallow do, though? What do you want? I heard some strange things happening. Seen anything? What's this? Maybe I'll tell you if you feed one of the bottomless-bellied turtles. I need a break. Okay. Oh, and we can pick up a hay bale. Oh, this is really good. Hello. Would you like some hay? Oh, Jesus. Don't bite me. That actually looked really violent and really fast and scary because I'm only little. What do you want? Yeah, I fed him. Turtle tummies are topped up. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's time to hold up your end of the bargain.
Oh, the vibes of this place are all wrong. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something foul down here with us. I can feel it.
Oh, this classic personal story music is such a good touch. It's so well in keeping with the vibe and the atmosphere here. So what is this, though? Why does the minimap show a ring of jade, and yet... Actually, in-game, I don't really see how that's a part of anything. Well, whatever. I'm sure that all will be revealed when we get to the open world. Okay, one more remaining suspect. What's this, by the way? The tailings pond. Oh, do you know what? I should play Blish HUD with this. I should do Blish HUD so that when you enter each of these regions, like you get a POI or you're at the excavation yard, is like on screen. Because look, when I mouse over the map, you see how it says under my cursor on the bottom right here, excavation yard, it's tiny. I really like all the little bits of lore and stuff about that, and I wish it was more prominent. I think Blish HUD can do that. I was looking at all the Blish HUD modules and stuff the other day, and I kind of like the idea of doing it and setting it up with Arc. Could be good. I love this skill molten end, by the way. I think it is such a cool idea, but I wish it was like it was something that could hit you charged even more if you did it at the right time or something. I don't know. It's a bit like Grand Finale, I suppose. Hello. Having a relax? What do you want? So parched, can hardly speak. Can't even hear me. Can you even hear me right now? Or does it just sound like a in a whisper on the breeze in a forest of... Here's a drop of a splash. Here's a drop from a splash from a bucket of water. What have you seen? I like this. This is quite whimsical.
Not sure about unusual, but my team's captain is MIA. Just disappeared after one of our night shifts. Between us, I bet she walked off the job. Seemed real agitated right before she went missing. Can't say I blame her.
Dude, there's a lot of good voices. I swear, are we hearing a bunch of new voice talent? Anyway, by the way, when we get the meta here, we get the Jade Crisis complete, and the item is the Hollow Cape project, a holographic projector. You know, they did the Su-1 legendary variants this release. I haven't really looked at them. Let's have a quick look. And I've just been thinking I would be quite interested in like a good watery set, but I would want a decent backpack, you know. And I feel like, oh god, I don't even know. How would I search it up? I'm going to do focus just because there's not many foci I don't have. So there's Zaitan. Oh, I could just type Su, couldn't I? I could just type Su. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll just say all. Yeah, I would do this, but what I want is a backpack. I want like a good watery backpack. Like an actual proper waterfall, you know? Once again, we're previewing on an Asura, so it sort of loses some of the magic. But I was typing to Magical Mike before this came on. He said that the prices have all jumped massively. He made like a Jormag one last week. Yeah, I don't know. I'm mostly interested in what the on-kill effect is, but you can't really preview that. That's one of those things, you know. It'd be nice if the preview had like projectile preview and had like on-kill preview. And it would be nice, but it's not one of those things I would ever actually be online ranting and raving saying we need this feature, we need that, because it's not big enough, you know. It's not good enough. The randomizers are like that kind of update that I think are really good. At least that one gives you a bunch of like gem store reasons to use the gem store more, reason to get more skins, reason to play more. The preview, I don't know, you just look up a YouTube video, wouldn't you? And that's the same thing.
Did no one hear me yelling?
No offense, Jilmu, but you yelling isn't that unusual. You alright?
Yao? I told you to... No, I'm not alright. Jin Lee attacked me.
The quiet, polite guy? Well, you're working everyone to the bone. Maybe he's stressed.
He bit me.
Oh.
Oh no! He's back! Keep him away from me!
All right, here we go. An outcast. A Guild Wars 2 outcast.
It's Yao. You remember me, don't you?
Oh shit, he's very zombie-like.
Don't make me do this.
So they didn't have voice acting in Guild Wars 1. You didn't really get a good impression of exactly how the outcast would be characterized. That's quite interesting. By the way, in chat, you think in 3 years they'll use AI voices for game characters? Maybe. I think all competitive big games will be doing it, for sure. Maybe not for their main cast, but random NPCs, certainly. Inconsequential NPCs and stuff. It's just going to be, you either start doing it or you fall behind because other people pump out more content at a higher... It is going to be the future for sure. I don't know whether it'll be 3 years, that might be a bit early, but we will hit that point. For sure we will, I think. But do you know what? I said all that shit about the Jade bots and then didn't actually go and get them.
I didn't have the heart to do it myself.
Was that really Jin Lee? He was acting like a monster. What if any part of him is still him? I don't know what to say.
This place puts everyone on edge. They go down there to mine, and if they come back, they're all rebellious.
If. Maybe you should, I don't know, be looking for them?
I try, but look, if you're gonna criticize me, run home to June. That why you're really here? To spy?
Gods, you're paranoid. You said things were out of hand, which checks out. I'm staying to search for the crew.
Don't go down. You won't listen anyway. Do whatever you want, but don't say I didn't warn you.
You're in a tough position. I get that. But the longer you sit back and wait, the more people will wind up like Jin Lee. I know how much you care about your crew, but if you don't act now, you won't have any crew left to care about. Commander, if you want to scope out more of the area, I'll meet you later in the lower mines.
Okay.
Chengdu, these people have been nothing but brave for you. It's time to return the favor.
Oh, I thought we were going to stay in the same instance. I was going to say, I kind of like that structure where you can spread out, do a bunch of side stuff if you like, and then head on in. Well, there you go. My theory about Chal Mu was wrong. I guess he's just going to be a big character, at least in this patch. About the AI thing, saying some games never will. Some games will, quality games won't. You know, you guys are too binary about this. It's not a will or won't. With massive products like MMOs, you know, they can have their recognizable cast, their whatever, you know, people that can produce nuance, or even like have star power and stuff. You know, yes, that main characters and big moments, they'll have people voice acting them, and you know, easily the next 50 years or something. I can't speak about gaming in a century, but I'll tell you, at least 50 years that'll be a thing. However, when you look at products like this, when you look at big games with very, very huge amounts of like voice acting and widely different types of NPCs, yeah, you'll see AI voice acting. It will be leveraged 100%, and within the decade, for sure. You know, when I come up and I speak to this Jade Brotherhood warrior, he's not saying anything here. Sometimes people do say stuff in Guild Wars 2. Sometimes it's voice, sometimes it's not. You'll more consistently see shit like that, throwaway lines, stuff like that. That's all, you know, that can be AI done. A lot of the grunts and stuff like that, you know, that come out in combat. It's not a binary yes or no. It's a technology that can be applied to varying degrees, and it will be applied for sure. That's my thought on it anyway. Quite probably wrong. Optional, use the filter recharge station to obtain protective Jadebot filters before descending into the mine. Examine the strange goings-ons in the mine by completing events or killing hostile forces. None of that's in the instance, right? So let's go. I mean, we saw the thing pop up. Make your voice heard. Vote. Fellow Brotherhood, I appreciate the passionate response to the proposed sector name, Park's Vein, particularly from our members with more familiar with the area's history. The Jade Brotherhood strives to include its members in its decision-making. Let it not be said that we are an autocracy, unlike our competition. As we expect this sector to become an important part of the Brotherhood history, please submit your vote. Your esteemed leader, Park Chulmu. I was going to say, I don't know what Park means, so that's Chalmu's first name, is it? Choose one. Park's Vein, submission by the support team of leader Park Chalmu. Gyala Delve, submission by JP Heritage Club. The Future of Cantha, brought to you by the Jade Brotherhood Jade Sea Quarry, submission by JP Marketing. Jade Sea Mine X, where X is the most recent iteration of mine number, submission by Accountant Han. Who do I side with? The accountants, the marketing department, the support team of the leader, or the Heritage Club? I think the Gyala Delve, the Heritage Club. I mean, come on, that's a Guild Wars 1 player. Am I going to be anything else? Oh, wow, look at this. So it's Drizzlewoody. I like the music. This is new, right? I've never heard this, pretty sure. We have the Super Raccoon from our mini randomizer. Very nice. So what was all this then? Okay, so optional, use the filter recharge station. It's this thing. Welcome to Junai Jade Air Purifier Model 4J, your one-stop shop for refreshing your JadeBot's air filtration systems. Activating a fresh filter will consume 1 Jade power. Well, I don't have any charges. Have you got any batteries around? I'm sure there's a battery around here. ... There is. Display frequently asked questions. What's your question? How long do the filters last? Filter lifetime is based on a number of factors, including filter quality and environment. Be sure to keep an eye on the helpful counter and listen for warnings as the filter runs low. What happens if my filter runs out? When your filter expires, you'll begin suffering negative effects if in a toxic environment. Short-term exposure may not be immediately harmful, but we recommend replacing your filter promptly. Do you know what this is making me think of? Have you guys ever played Ark Survival Evolved? Have you guys ever played the Aberration expansion to that? I mean, I'm sure I'm not speaking to many people right now, but if you guys have played that, you know how you've got to, like, protect yourself from the radiation and shit as you go down? This is what this is making me think of. As we descend into the mine. Where can I replace my filter? Mining code calls for filter stations to be available in all encampments that are category 2 or higher in any at-risk environment. Be sure to note your nearest filter station. Can't I just use my aqua breather? Good question. Commonly available aqua breathers have only limited ability to filter toxic environments. We recommend only using Junai brand filtering products. I wonder whether they have their eyes on a legendary aqua breather at this point. And if they do, whether it would have filter capabilities. Go back to the main menu. Okay, so what choices have we got? Well, we have grade A, a security spec, or a Brotherhood Special. Grade A provides 30 charges, keeping your filter running clear for an extended time. Also improves toughness. Really. Keep me safe at work. On the house for visiting pack commanders. Okay, thank you. Filter protocol. Until replaced or defeated, or depleted, your Jade Bot's air filtration is increasing my toughness. Okay, so I have 30 filters. Filters protect against the haze effects, but will deteriorate over time while in haze-filled environments. Okay, so there's some kind of, like, haze down there. I can't breathe through it. My aqua breather's not good enough. I'm going to use Jade Tech to defend myself from it. It's essentially an aqua breather. They come with other perks. This one's giving me toughness. This really feels like a Jade Bot Mastery, but instead it's not. Doesn't this feel like this should be a Jade Bot Mastery? Yay, more blue buffs. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, I've been thinking, I'm happy you said that, Creef. I've been thinking that it's just getting a bit ridiculous now, and they should move certain buffs. I think the blue ones are fairly good. The more permanent ones, basically, I would actually have them below the skill bar. I'd have like I'd have like boons, or at least split them into 3 rows, so it's like blues, boons, and buffs, maybe, something like that. But yeah, I don't know. They probably need to standardize things a little bit differently. But I do think as well, I think that always this has been UI real estate that they've never utilized. Below the skill bar, but over the XP bar. Like, I understand from the perspective of classic MMO design, where XP is the be-all and end-all, blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't want to obscure the XP bar. It's a big source of endorphins and feedback that, you know, oh, I'm progressing and shit. But that Guild Wars isn't that game anymore, you know. That's a pretty outdated mindset with it, even in a world where we're working on masteries. So, yeah, I would use that space down there. Maybe it first appears under the health bar, and just the more permanent buffs, you know. I think by permanent, I say that in air quotes. I mean like food level stuff, you know, nourishment. Examine the strange goings-on in the mines by completing events or killing hostile forces. Okay, so we're still doing this. This would appear in Living World releases. It even appears in expansions. I agree with it. I think it's a good little move. Just spread out, play the map, do some events, have fun. You know, free and easy which events you pick and how you go about it. I like these moments in patches. Usually you get like 2 or even 3 story instances before this comes up, and then there's a final instance at the end. And we've been thrown into it straight away here, really, it feels like. Technically, we have done 2 instances. Is that a... No. It really felt like it, though, didn't it? It felt like you could beetle through that. That totally is going to break at some point. Is that the way out of the meta, I wonder? Is there a chest room on the other side of that pulls me out? Very interesting. I'm so disappointed in the Irakanji. It just doesn't feel the same. I don't know what it is. I think it's because Guild Wars 2, you don't see what they're casting. Guild Wars 1 had such a good sense of new PvE enemies and stuff just because of the way the skill system was tied to, like, the whole build system. Oh, he stealthed. He didn't actually die. Was so sure he'd be dead. I really want my protocols. Oh, we killed him with lightning strike from air. You can get the trade bot fairly quickly. The trade bot. Is that filter kiosk like a reused noodle stand? Oh, maybe it was. It's good to see you in chat there, dude. We read the voting pamphlet. So this elevator now works. Let's go up and see what this is. I know I'm being a bit slow, guys, but... Oh, did I just call the elevator down? Oh, I did. Is this client side or is this for everyone? Is that crawler genuinely what was in the trailer? It looked totally broken. It looked battered on the floor. I see. Now the world map makes sense. The Bill of Lading. 24 mechanized miner parts, 12 battery packs, 48 pickaxes, 144 air filter packs. This could easily be a Mystic Forge recipe. Comment, future deliveries will require specific instructions with departure times, rail transfer procedures, cargo limitations, and the delivery location name. Oh good, a charging station. I can get infinite off of this, right? You don't honestly find many of these in the expansion as you regularly run around. So now, let's keep our eye out for protocols. If I can jack myself up with 2 hours of protocols, that'll be pretty good. We can eat some birthday cake as well. Thank you to whoever did that. Alright, I guess let's go in the mine. I feel pretty comfortable and familiar with the stuff outside the mine here. Unless all the NPCs now have, like, different dialogue and things. Like Jindu over here. You got anything to say to me, Jindu? Oh, Jindu's a dog, so no. I wonder if they went easy on the protocols because they know how busted they are. Well, no, but then people just get them from other maps and map travel in. In fact, that's what I should do, really. Actually, do you know what? Does anyone have that advice for me? What is the best waypoint to just instantly fill up on defensive and offensive protocols in EOD? I actually don't know. So these guys just all have generic stuff, nothing to talk to us. Oh, wow. Okay, there's the one that's fallen over. You can see it's tilted. Can we get right up on all of this? This is cool. There's a wave. Guild Wars 1 style. Oh, no. That's an invisible wall. You think there's one in Dragon's Den that has like 4 to 6 nearby? Well, I don't mean batteries. I just mean an offensive... Well, I mean, realistically, you'd want batteries with it, to be fair. Notice the lack of protocol consoles. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, literally, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, well, hold on. Let's see this then real quick. I'm curious. Will it remove the buff when I go to the map? Because the patch that enabled protocols... Oh, man, the lighting in here is pretty good at night. I never really noticed. The patch that enabled the protocols on all maps was fairly recent, so... By the way, yeah, the patch notes had a new graphics setting. Here, I'll show it to you guys. Environment zone intensity. And what they described this as in the notes is like if you go into a corrupted Jade area in like say Dragon's End, you know, or like a void area, not even Jade, ignore the idea of Jade, just if you go to like a void area, you know, you see like it goes all black and you see the weird flecks like floating around and hanging around. It's that. So post-processing... Oh, it's all different actually. No, it's not. Wait, it is. Oh, no, it's not. So post-processing is still color grading. You'll see there, for example, the colors completely change when you turn post-processing on or off. And again, I do want to reiterate, my recommendation to people now is to keep it on because you do miss a lot with the game. Environment zone intensity is other stuff. And it's interesting to me that this started halfway. So does that mean post-patch if I max this out? Is this new visuals I'm getting here that I never would have had before? Is this heavier? Do you see what I'm saying? Was pre-patch, is middle the old 100%? Can I now go to 200%? Is this going to change the way the game looks? Hopefully for the better? I guess it's going to be a matter of taste, to tell you the truth. But I'm interested in that. So let's see. I think another good example probably is like when you go to Bjorn and you're in the icy areas and like all the permafrost and stuff. Or you go to like the aberrant forest. We're going to swap to Dragon Stand music now. I've lingered here for too long. You'll never turn on post-processing. I mean, yeah, it is bad. That it comes bundled with... Bloom is the really big one. Character outlines suck, though, for sure. What have we got? We got 1 hour, so let's go up to 1 hour 30. That should be plenty. This will probably get taken away from us next time we go to do a story instance anyway. Bloom being bundled, character outlines being bundled, and that's it really, isn't it? There's not too many other big problems with post-processing. It can trample on a lot of stuff for sure, but the Bloom is the real killer. If they just had a separate toggle for Bloom, I think the game would be in a much better spot. And what they need to do when they do updates like that as well is they need to very carefully think about what the defaults are. To be honest, I was most enthusiastic about changes like that before the Steam release. But now that gun's already fired. I suppose it's still true, though, that new expansions will be coming and with those, new players are there and things can be ironed out. Alright, whatever. The defensive one, to be fair, is Alacrity, which is pretty huge. So I won't skip it. We just need one more battery. Yeah, I see. There's a defensive and an offensive very close. And there's a battery down here as well. Post-processors off and a good G-Shade preset can go a long way, but you still do a lot of stuff like WPSA and too much is bundled. Yeah, well, the thing is, see, I used to recommend turn it off and use G-Shade or whatever, reshade. The problem with that, though, is it's not context sensitive. That you can, in theory, make it context sensitive, but it's an insane amount of work and no one's ever properly made a package for it. So, you know, you could make a reshade that looks amazing, and then you go to the Shiver Peaks, where generally things are a lot whiter, and it's just unbelievably gross, you know, blowing your eyes off. It's just ridiculous. And also, like, with the in-game post-processing, it will do things like make things look brown and, like, a bit darker when, say, you go to, like, a swamp, and then you leave the swamp, and it will... The fact it's context-sensitive is really big, and it has a massive impact on the game, so... Yeah, I don't know. I would rather it's not all one thing, and, you know... So they say light rays, tinting, and other effects. Bloom is on that. The color grading is on that. The outlines on players. By outlines on players, just so that people know what I mean. Like when I mouse over this guy, you see how he lights up and there's this outline and stuff. When we turn post-processing off, the light up's still there, but the outline goes away and it can feel a bit more immersive, I think, personally. There's actually a way with DirectX 12, DirectX Proxy. There was a way to completely disable the light up as well, which was amazing. We were talking about it about a year ago now. But yeah, whatever. Okay, so I guess I'll do this event, whatever it is.
But some of my crew have been acting out.
It's Chalmu.
I need to straighten them out before the others get any ideas.
Well, they already seem fed up with you.
And Rama.
Sure that won't make things worse?
I can handle my crew. They need discipline. And maybe a tranquilizer dart.
Oh, that's cool. He has,
What's going on?
Well,
the elite spec weapon.
Our bases have been compromised. Adding to the chaos, a few of my captains have become quite destructive. Our best bet is to split up and...
I call Rama.
Works for me. Gorik, let's see what the deal is with that captain.
Oh, Yao, I'm sorry. I didn't intend... I just assumed...
No worries. Come on, Cholmu. We'll handle the base. We have some catching up to do anyway.
Okay, sorry. Why does this feel like the start of the meta? And now it's just fizzled out into nothing. Oh, no, there we go. Ooh, I'm quite keen on this. Move into the hollow and secure the area. Attack window finishes in 45 minutes. So the meta begins. Oh, wow, this is going to take us really far in there, I'm sure.
Recharge your Jade Bot filters before you go. The air quality isn't the best.
Okay, we got to recharge our filter. This is weird. So it's basically like a new type of protocol. Right. With the protocol, you get battery and press F on the protocol, get boons. On this, you get battery, press F on the sushi kiosk, and get, you know, defense against this stuff. Okay, so what have we actually got going on here? 2 events. One has a boss, one has a bunch of mobs. Oh shit, it gets really grim really fast, eh? Oh, it's clearly the Void. What?
This junker so she can't focus on boosting the base defenses. But first, we should go after the channelers to weaken...
There's no time! Attack head on!
Use that big Asuran brain of yours. The fastest way... You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, he used the zipline and everything. I'll come with you, Gorik. Oh, this is what I thought was going to be the strike mission. Alright, well, I was super wrong immediately there then. I mean, I used the fucking... I really don't like that bit about Catalyst, where if you use the thing too quick, you're not going to get the other cast. So what is it? It's just basically a bunch of Brotherhood. No real new enemies here. So one of the things I really like about Catalyst that you can do is you can use the Earth Elemental, and he spams like invulns and shit, emotes, and they can give you more stacks of like your super celestial buffs. It's pretty cool. I need more stat. Holy shit, it's actually a lot of damage. The earth block is really cool on this class as well. I really love having, like, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with using parry abilities in the game. Imagine a parry that rewards you instead of with big damage but with a fat barrier. And it feels really good. It's just one of those weird things that's hard to explain, but in terms of like play style, it's great. The thing is with this build, this is weird. I kind of don't want the water thing on. I've hardly been touching it. And I want a stun break. I don't like playing open world and casual metas and stuff without stun breaks and things. Break the bar. I mean, I did what I can.
Victory!
Okay. Jade minor key cards. Oh wow, and we get a bunch of chests immediately. Oh god, it's weird. I always feel weird when I'm on the cusp of like some new content and it's like, oh, this could be the next Drizzlewood that you're going to spend so many hours in that it's all going to become horrible, you know? So enjoy while you don't know anything. Oh yeah, I want turtle moments. Is this a turtle moment? Oh, there you go. It's a turtle moment. Not somebody siege. Somebody get in my turtle. friendos. Come on. My slam doesn't count as a siege attack, and it's too high, I assume. Oh, come on, guys. You can figure it out. Come on, Mr. Harbinger. You're a goddess of world versus world. You can figure it out. Come on. He can't figure it out. He's not doing it. Well, there's champions to fight, at least. The thing is, I don't want to get out of the turtle, because clearly they need to... Oh, well, they're broken. Alright, never mind. We've took them out. That champion is properly buried in there. That's great. I wonder if actually it would be better to clean up the other mobs first. Oh yeah, I'm running the new arcane trait as well, which is you pop arcane shield on elite skill now. It's not at low health, it's on elite skill. And there's a certain novelty to it actually that I quite enjoy. So I don't know. Let's jump break that. I didn't mean to grand finale there. It's quite nice to be able to keep quickness up. I like playing quickness givers in open world events. It's always fun.
A suspicious haze propagating in the mine.
If this haze looks similar to the void, there's a lot of it around here.
Can you scan some samples? Apparently it's making workers ill. I suspect it's correlated with this unusual behavior.
Liz is remarkably chill about the fact that the void is still around.
As far as I can tell, their stories check out. Plus, playing the law card helped. But they don't know.
Oh, we're moving on.
But be careful. If true, the haze is likely harmful in large quantities. I'd scan from smaller hotspots if possible.
I assume that we unlock this as a relaxed outpost that we can go and hang out in. Yeah, I don't know. I assume if in this meta we discover that it is void, surely in the next story step we'll be speaking to Aureen. In fact, her absence already feels a bit weird. Man, the random knockbacks, super annoying. Damn it, how have I already got Earth up? I don't know, it's weird all on offset. Well, we're in. We're still asleep. You still like the Jormag theory? Is the Jormag theory still possible even in this up till now, is it? I do like the vibe here being like right under the jade, but it's so high up. I actually would love to be, aside from, you know, the world-ending destruction, I kind of love the idea of living in a place like this or working in a place like this. Because, I mean, this isn't like a mine like we know it, really, is it? I mean, even the biggest, craziest salt mines IRL don't get this nuts. As far as I know, anyway. And they're pretty crazy. They're always fun to look at videos and stuff like that.
Cold.
So what is this? Just cap the point? It's weird to me there's this other event going on, of which I've just been ignoring. Hunt down agitators in the hollow. Is the hollow the starting area? I assume so.
It can't be.
I'm guessing that after this there'll be a big boss who we fight to flip the place. Oh wow, it's the amalgam things. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I like that. Okay, no, that's love. Dodge. No idea how much damage any of that shit does. Oh, I swapped right before Molten's End. That's pretty bad. And I didn't save up enough for my water orb. Weird. But you don't really slide it to any objectives or anything.
Also, worth it. What the hell?
I didn't realize it was this bad. By the time I took it seriously, it was overwhelming. And there's still more down there.
There's always more. We'll push on. All we can do.
You really helped me, Yao. You and your friends. If you need me, I'll be up here putting things back in order.
Well, I'm starting to enjoy Cholmu, but I feel like that little hint about people don't like him is he's getting stabbed in the back or something is not good. We need supplies now. Get out there and clear out that riffraff, or help people that need helping.
I'm carrying out a sophisticated experiment involving artifacts, buried objects. Rest assured, it's important. And I require an armed escort. You can assist, yes?
I mean, I guess, man, this is the thing with events in maps like this. So I got that thing again. It's back to like the Dragon's End thing, where it's like, come on, I want to explore. Let me talk to some people. Why do I need research notes here? This mining operation isn't cheap, you know. Research notes allow us to perform valuable research and development for new products. Also, they got more research note skins, sinks. That's cool. Oh, replica Oni arms. Interesting. There's a skin in the game already, which is the Oni left arm. Our brooding, melodramatic, Luxon outcast hero accepts the cursed arm as a gift, unleashing its full power into both arms. Weird. I'm previewing it, but I don't even really see what's so good about it. Processing line control bracer. Okay. Ritz, the minister's hat. Ah, I can do good. This is excellent. I want this so that I can make a blade swan that looks like Rama. I really want my blade swan to look like Rama, and now I can with this hat. That's awesome. And a new Jade Bot thing, the advanced control board. We can find it by completing the meta event. So that can be the Turtle Pilot Booster 3. Wait, isn't that already in the game? Oh no, it's the siege damage. And these are all old, aren't they? I think, maybe. But the pilot boost is there. Alright, well, unfortunately, I couldn't really stop to chat because more events and I'm missing them now, so let's grab our chests, I guess, and just go. Hey, look, it's me! We've got the Maguma bow. Alright, let's go. On a beetle. I don't want to... Oh, God. Holy fuck. Wow, this is a lot like Aberration, actually. Oh, no, never mind. It got light again. If it stayed that dark, I would have been quite impressed there. Mal Chin. Oh, I missed all the dialogue. Eliminate the channelers and focus. Alright, it looks like just a straight up attack things event. We're going to go air elemental, I guess. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck me. Okay, the Signal of Agony, we get a break. I think we're gone here, guys. I don't know if our bot can actually get us. Oh no, there we go. Oh, that's so much Condi. Water, heal me. Lots of heals. Straight up gonna fight the ads for now. Elite Behemoth's garrison support. What the fuck is that charge up? Maybe it's not worth. I don't know, I'm a little bit paranoid here. Get our blocks. Quickness. Is it too early again?
Another one down. He's looking worried. Chol wasn't kidding. Can't believe I'm saying this, but we should keep moving. Just put one foot in front of the other. And keep on trudging. Through this living nightmare. Gods.
Okay. Interestingly, we have actually finished our story now, so I could... Well, no, it says scan haze spots with the Howling Caves. Within the Howling Caves. Oh, there's one there, literally. Okay. Looks like there's quite a few to do. And they're not actually telegraphed, so we've got to keep our eyes out, I guess. So I need more key cards. I wonder if I buy those from a vendor. It doesn't seem to give you enough key cards per event. Or maybe it's because I'm not doing the side events. That could be it as well. What on earth is going on here as well? Oh, there you go. There's the collapsed crawler. Let's do one of these side events. Well, there's another hotspot.
Commander! Signs of labored breathing. Running into trouble. Risking death.
Everything okay? I'm getting a lot of static.
Terrible. Cutting out. Awful down here. Call you back.
That was mildly concerning. Guess I'll see if they call again.
I guess the communicator's bugged. I was thinking, oh, doesn't that usually go away? And then it kept, and I thought, oh, maybe they're holding the animation during the whole conversation. But no, this is just a farce. Also, yeah, I'm running out of filters. I got 7 left. Didn't we start with 30? The Prospector's Landing. Oh, there you go. There's a filter station there. Oh, do we have to capture areas to have the filter stations, I wonder? Oh, no, it's not a filter station. It's just a battery. Oh, no! This person was an ally, and now they've turned into a bitch. There you go. I guess we'll just have epilepsy. There you go. For this run. Keycards are a pain. They're super expensive to buy. It's just hard to justify getting them. Oh, really? Why are they super expensive to buy? Oh, I suppose that there's probably map unique drops that people are desperate for, and therefore... I mean, that's good, though. You should be happy with stuff like that, because that's just the whales. You should sell them, to be honest. Wow, that's a lot of bleed. I'm fucking dead. It's okay, we get the rally. So many bleed! 33 bleed! To be fair, I did jump into 3 elites as a part of an event. I don't really know what to expect here. I don't know how dangerous things are going to be. Holy shit. And I have no cleanse, because this isn't a good build. Alright, well, that's fine. What's the waypoint situation? So we can waypoint back to the exit. And then just ride down, I suppose. Oh, no, this isn't the exit. This is just the town in the middle. Well, did we really move that far, that quick? The ambush event is better than the entire meta ambush event. Have I seen that yet? Ambush event. That sounds like an Oni. Group event. Defend Jade Pillar Point. Oh my god, that's a lot of mobs. Okay, I'll try and stay... Oh my god, he's leaping around so much. Let's do it this way. Get those big me earth auto attacks in. Oh, he dodged my big thing. Alright, so it looks like it's 2 jumps, and then he stops.
What's the plan?
It's not too bad, actually. Again, 1, and then... Oh no, it's just 1 that time. The inconsistency's a little sad, but that's fine. Wait, sorry, the enemies that killed you with bleeds were Oni. Feral ambushers. Are you serious? They just look like Tengu. I thought they were just big Tengu. Am I crazy? Let's actually watch the Vista here. Oh my god, did I proc a Vista a minute ago and not actually watch it? I never play the game that way. They made a couple of wild... Sorry, I'm really not looking at chat very closely. They made a couple of wild decisions with this map. Did they really? I didn't notice. I just died to Oni. Oh my god, guys, really? Really? Oh god, what does that say? What does that say about me? What does that say about my... About what value-adding new enemies are in... Really?
Letting your imagination run wild.
Okay, these are... I'm going to keep my eye open real careful. I tend to get, like, major blindness while I'm making videos. I don't know, I'm just never in, like, that totally chill zen place. But let's see. One of my favourite things about Catalyst here, by the way, is spamming Aegis on an Ellie. I love giving people Aegis. Maybe we should reset. I don't want to reset the map for this scanner.
Could I sell?
Because...
No, nothing's more valuable than influence. Authority. More! They're trying to stop me.
Sorry, just trying to read this. Because if we don't get the map, then, I don't know, we might have to redo it. And that's not necessarily a huge problem. I just feel connection now to... That's really pretty over there as well. That's a great shot. If you ignore the crazy mess that is Liss in the foreground, that's quite beautiful, I think. Does WPing fix the scanner? No, well, we just died and waypointed back, so no. If you think about it, it wouldn't. All waypointing's doing is moving your coordinates from one part of the map to the other. If you change maps completely, then yeah, it'll reset your active effects and stuff.
Protect me while I dig. Do what I paid you for. We'll pay you for
Brotherhood.
when I get promoted.
Was I really just ambushed by Oni and I missed it? That makes me fucking gutted. Well, it's good that they did a lot of damage to me there, and I want them to feel badass and dangerous. So there's that at least. Oh, I thought that thing was a champion. Oh, it's too late. I think that Aegis would have helped as well. It's rough. I can't easily block.
This is it. Where's my guard? What are you? Stay back. Stay back. Think you're going to feed on me? Now? When I'm so close to success? Not a chance.
Creepy. What was she looking at? What was she talking to? Did you guys see that shit? Intern Kim. Oh, sorry, Kim. A rip. And then she turned into two orbs.
Do it, creature! What happened? You. I'm not. What is this thing? It's vile. It's evil. It's amazing. Oh, they're going to be so impressed. I have to go, but don't worry. I never forget the little people.
Weird. So what's she going to do now? Just disappear? Oh, wow. There is a conspiracy afoot. Slay the hostile creatures. Oh, there you go. Look, look, look. Oh, but that's a siege turtle to get through that. This fortification withstands most damage from non-siege attacks. So we'd have to siege our way in there. I don't want to miss the main meta stuff. Oh, my God. And it is going. Hold on. We got to go down there. Jesus. I'm going to miss it. We're going to get a move on. So many other random events around. It's pretty... Alright, well, we're here with Yao. And basically no one's here. Isn't that weird? Well, another hotspot. Pretty happy with that. We do definitely need to make sure we get all of these before we get kicked out. It would sort of suck to do the whole thing, but not actually have finished the story. Grab another battery. How are my thingies doing? I've got 5 filters left. Yao's being oddly silent. Another hotspot there.
Wall looks broken here. Turtles!
Strange that they don't do turtle renting. Maybe.
You're avoiding large haze clouds, right? Don't need you swallowed by a haze blob, even for science.
Are you two all right? Your last call was...
How many more will die?
What?
Wow, it was Almora.
Your breathing sounds a bit fast. Don't push yourself. Cutting out again. Let's try...
There's no way. No. Just distortion.
Oh my god, this is a lot. I don't mean to keep talking about Disco Elysium, but there's a whole thing in that game where you're listening on the radio and there's like echoes of dead people and past events and stuff cutting in through the distortion on the radio. And that's literally what this story is. It feels like I've swapped games, but I'm in the same story. That's so weird. Okay, I'm kind of nervous right now. Should I leave and go back to the filter station? Cut my losses. Well, five stacks. Maybe I'm alright.
Make us a shortcut.
As for turtle renting, sorry, oh, there we go. They're already in it. As for turtle renting, I don't know. I mean, anyone can get into anyone else's turtle, so is it really necessary for the rent? I mean, at the end of the day, you want to reward people for actually playing the game and getting the masteries and stuff. Come on, press F. So this bar above my head, is this representing just my current filter or my entire, like, breath, air quotes? Haze agitator and a sharpshooter over there. God damn it, why does my energy feel so shitty? Am I really talking that soon? I'm gonna want to help. Maze the Unyielding, do you want to get in? Oh, maybe I should just auto. I guess I can just auto it, because that counts as siege damage, yeah, fine. It's not too fun. So what's better here, though? I'm gonna get out and get in his. Because I feel like that's better, probably. I gotta break combat, though. So let's see, each siege is 2k. Yeah, there we go, much better. And there's a player back there. Looking a little bit like a flesh reaver. Oh, abyssals. Oh, are they going to suggest that, like, the abyssals and stuff that are in the underworld are somehow actually voided? Like, the underworld, that realm, fell to void? Is the Shadow Army an iteration of void? Here's a shadow. In the Fissure of Woe. Are they actually going to bring it back to Menzies? It'd be pretty cool if they did.
Better than fighting friends. You know what to do.
Or is it just because it's visually appropriate?
Walking nightmares. If we take down its support, we'll have an easier time. The demon! Don't wait here to die! Attack! Attack!
Okay, I see. It's an Oni blasphemer. We can't really get a good look while I'm trying to focus on skills and stuff. He looks pretty cool, though. Holy shit. That's a lot of fields. Also, I had blocks and, like, fucking major barrier available and everything. What I want to do is get near a small one so I can, like, closely admire it. I like how they have him using unrelenting assault, because like teleportation was a big thing about Oni in the first game, so that's cool to see. Kill me. I'm gonna hold the 3 for once. Actually use my brain and not use it yet. Still did it before the fire modifier though, because I'm an idiot. We actually tried to break this. Does he have really shallow but fast recharging brake bars? I quite like that idea. I wasn't quite looking at the brake bar there. Yeah, okay, so they spam TPs, bleeds, like hybrid damage. They seem alright. The art on them seems cool, but again, in big events, I mean, how am I supposed to get a good look? There's not like a cull other players effect setting or anything. You made that comment on one of my videos. You're talking about how Canucksai and Demonkind might be related to the Dragon Void and segue into a versus the Gods saga. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's definitely a route they could go, for sure. Okay, let's see. We got 29 minutes still, half an hour. Really? It's only been a quarter of an hour since we got in. Or is it a thing where, as we push the meta, more time gets added? That looks bloody scary down there. Again, it's very aberration-esque, isn't it? This actually reminds me a little bit, looking down there, of the Dry Top Oasis. Like, just the layout with the little island there, you know? Behemoth's Gap has reached tier 3. Where are we on the world map now? I can't believe how far we've travelled already. That's nuts. Oh, we can fish here. Do they have a whole new fishing collection? There's a lot about this map that is not. There's definitely not all the watery stuff that I was hoping for with the map. Is this a map that they said they were going to expand in a blog post? Right? I think they did. So this next outpost, I assume I missed some events capturing. I got to pay close attention to whenever I press F on these things, the stuff that Liz talks about with Goric and so on, because it sounds like people are getting a bit messed up, and it's the tricky thing about the story is you've got to distinguish between the meta event story and the main plot story, you know, in tandem. Scan, 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 scan. Scan what? I have an EMP, not a scanner. Oh, you just mean the visual. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh my god, Goric is screaming about something. Was that Goric screaming? I'm coming, Goric. What have I got? I have pristine jade enhanced shells. Increases siege damage by 7.5% per stack. Is that from doing side events? Am I on my last filter? Thick, oily haze swirls in the air, deteriorating jade bot filters or applying the degenerative haze condition. Yeah, they are going to expand it because you only get half the map, but I don't know how they're going to expand it because it looks like a complete map to me. Well, in terms of, like, size, maybe if you're... I don't know, maybe they'll add another, like, width to it. Or maybe they'll just make it deeper, like the silver. By that I mean like. Of course. Yeah. Okay. So we've run out of filters now. Each stack improves skill recharge, but also accumulates negative effects. Interesting. Well, I probably shouldn't sit there in that. But were there filter? There is a filter thing here. Filter recharge station. It's kind of an odd mechanic. Here we go. Crisp air improves my concentration. This one increases my magic find. Alright, I'll do the magic find one. I forget what I was saying. Alright, let's go back there and instead of looking at UI, let's check this bottom place. Oh, this place is called the Deep. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think that doing a forest map as well that has Ergo's Warren as a part of it makes sense. So is this specifically where we... I wonder if Canucksize is the final boss of the meta then. Cool, we got to get moving. You're annoyed with the filters, having to leave boss fights to go get them? Oh, no, this is the screenshot. I wasn't wrong. This is the strike mission thing, or what I thought was the strike mission. I did also, I think, suggest that it could be the end of a meta. Let's go up the zip line. Don't forget, zip lines give you batteries, so always worth...
Concentrate your attacks before it can retaliate.
Or usually worth. Oh. Was that a brake bar and I didn't notice? Feels like I kind of ran into them failing a brake bar right there. I must be honest.
Dissipating and... interesting tactic.
Okay. Bosses remaining on other platforms. Oh, empowering shadows. Oh, do you know what? I should have reread on the Guild Wars 1 wiki what all the creatures are in the mist. Because there are things like this, aren't there? Sapping shadows, empowering shadows. They all represented different assassin elite skill things. You know, like scorpion wire and seeping toxin or whatever it was called. So they tried to move into the amalgamation to recharge it, to rebuild it. This is cool. I'm sorry I don't have better, like, immediate... I'm sure I'll have fuck tons of thoughts on all of this as I return and come back and do it more times. My first observations are only going to be so shallow, you know, because... how much is there to say, really?
Now it's susceptible to our attacks.
Coalescing haze. It's susceptible to our attacks. Okay, thank you, Goric. Build up some energy. Let's try to cycle through this shit. Hooray, we did it.
Until next time.
Okay, Ravenous Wanderer Phantom.
You must like pain.
Concentrate your attacks before it can retaliate.
Oh, let's break that. Let's actually try to break it.
You're kidding,
You're
right?
explosive. Avoid us.
You're explosive. Oh, are people getting a spread mechanic?
Avoid that haze concentration.
Oh, am I people? Did I have on that? Honestly, couldn't see. Avoid that haze concentration. What haze concentration? The Ravenous Wanderer Phantom. Was this a character maybe earlier in the meta that I'm not familiar with?
Didn't see that. Strike fast. Don't let it counterattack.
Another break bar. Oh, did we miss it? I think we did. There's no vulnerability on it.
Prepare for the orb.
Okay.
Too dangerous to stand there.
Is there a chance that I should maybe go to another platform because we're not spread out well? I like Goric actually like calling the mechanics. Also, the music right now is really nice. Is this a variation on the music you hear in like Scythe Tongue? Yeah? Oh, I'm all over the place here.
I can't.
Oh, it's vulnerable. Thank you, Goric, for the info.
You must like pain.
And they're back.
cast something awful. Don't allow it.
Ugh, I need more. I need another EMP. Oh, it's pulsing. It's a lot of barrier as well. This is like Twin Lagos in a lot of ways, you know. The brake bar mechanic feels similar. And, you know, it's multiple platforms. 3 instead of 2, obviously. Woo! Get into the shield. Whose shield? Who's casting that? Is that Goric casting that? Oh, lots of people got downed there. Come on, guys. I've never even seen it before. But I think the odds are on pretty high that a lot of these people haven't seen it before either. Does that look like an anomaly as well? It does. I quite like seeing shadow creatures and anomalies here because it might be really good if they can bring these stories together and sort of suggest they are the same phenomenon.
It's going to cast something awful. Don't allow it.
Okay. Oh, God. Ow. All right, well, I'm down. I can't really do much. We can use the 5. And then this 5. All right, we got it. I assume everyone on every platform is fighting the same thing right now. It'd be quite cool if that's not true, though. And some people are like maybe fighting Oni. Some people are fighting, you know. Should have refreshed this.
What is that? Stay calm. Stay in control.
There we go. So that's an Oni. That's Goric's first vision of one. It's called... Oh, I see it. It's called the Ravenous Wander. It's got a void. This is a void Oni, actually. So in some respects, it's even more edgy and badass than a regular Oni. Ow! Holy fuck!
Slight pain.
God damn. The haze is clouding my mind and burning my lungs. I think I'm getting hazed. I think have my filters run out already. Is there a mechanic? Well, maybe they remove filters. To be honest, on a new patch, I should probably play like the most face roll, low intensity thing possible, just so I can take in everything else. Holy shit. Well, actually, no. I think it's just the spinning tornadoes that are really ripping me up. Also, I might not be seeing everything because it might be getting culled out. They had problems with that with some of the End of Dragons content. We're going to lose a lot of frames on this. That might be worth doing. Alright, well, down he goes. No, they're not getting culled out. They're just tiny little orbs, you see? They're just little void dots. That's all it is. Let's swap that there. Okay, we got 5 EMPs. One last big boss. Oh, I guess there weren't many people at this platform. Is that the thing? Legendary. Legendary Void Oni. I mean, it's a cool idea. It's just when things get introduced in the open world, I always have problems with it in this game where I don't know, it's not the same as seeing something for the first time in a dungeon or a strike or personal story, you know, a more low-man environment. I'm getting so battered by those. What's the idea? I should just pull out maybe completely? To be honest, with the amount of downs that were there, I reckon I'd do better playing like a resurrection healer. For people. Fuck off!
This isn't worth it.
Ravenous Low Longer. Complete the Jade Crisis meta event. Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, we got the main one out of our way. But keep an eye out. There may be some stragglers overstaying their welcome.
I mean, in terms of spectacle and stuff, it's definitely nothing to write home about, is it? It's nothing big or, you know, this basically feels like Bloodstone Fen, doesn't it? I mean, feels a lot like going down to the bottom of Bloodstone Fen to fight the anomaly there. I don't know, they should have scaled the enemies up, make them at least look bigger or something. Look at the map, there's more champions. So is there a champ train at the end? Oh, I see. Well, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I rate this pretty low in terms of spectacle. It seems to have a variety of like small events and like some nice little bits of gameplay. There's siege in it, which I quite like. The filter mechanic I'm too newbie with right now to really get whether I like it very much. I've definitely ran out of filters, that's wild. People keep telling you to look into Strike. Is that like shorter raids? Yeah, it's like just a single boss. Very easy. Dip in, dip out. Much more puggable. Okay, so bunch of enemies and a big shadow scale. I mean, I've never been particularly thrilled or like desperately. So I'm out of keycards again. So keycards for the big chests, but these little ones I can... No, I can't get any of them. Do we get a Hero's Choice chest? I got the Ancient Statue of Dwayne apparently there. Doesn't look like there's a Hero's Choice chest. Unless I'm just blind. I kind of want to swim in the water. The environments seem really pretty. It's a cool vibe. It's a little bit Tangled Depthsy again. I don't like feeling, I don't know. Like, you can compare this to Drizzlewood, but I think Drizzlewood is better than this in a million ways. Because Drizzlewood had, like, the propaganda balloons. And, you know, if you look at, like, the little events, yeah, there's lots of fighting, but there were also lots of, like, cool arty things going on as well. You know, look at the final boss of Drizzlewood 1, where it's the helicopter and jumping up to the platforms and the tank driving around at the bottom. And then look at the end of Drizzlewood 2 with fucking... You know, another big, totally different, nonetheless, tank to fight. Multiple phases with the Claw of Jormag. You know, there's spectacle there. There's something novel. There's something new. This has an Oni model, it looks like, that they've built. But that's about it, isn't it? I mean, there might be some interesting little mechanical wriggles, but purely in terms of spectacle, I don't think I rate this very highly. And I mean, putting a chest chain at the end isn't really going to change that, is it? Let's be real. Underwater for the next champion. That's kind of cool. But hold on, how do I get up there? Oh, do I swim through a tunnel to get there? Ah! Oh, that's what you're saying. You're giving me advice on where to go. You're not teaching me about something to love. You're literally telling me go underwater. This is interesting. I like this. Of course, I don't have any abilities assigned, and with no filter. Oh god, it's brutal. Oh, what? Wait, is it piranhas? Oh, it's just like the fractal. Oh, that is cool. I need to carry light in there. It's just like the fractal. I'm gonna revive orb. I missed the kill. What was it we were fighting in there? You need mount. Yeah, I guess if I was on a skimmer, that would have functioned as another health bar. I should be safe here though, right? I can't carry it, but I am safe here. Nice. Can I break combat, please? It's healing me, but I'm not getting a combat break. Fuck it. Oh, there we go. Got it. The literal cave. Oh, nice. Adrenal mushrooms. That's cool. Portobello mushrooms, some caches, which I'm sure I can't open because I don't have keycards. So, am I missing something? Like, Usually, I'm used to in this game, when you do a meta, you're gonna get all the stuff you need to open all the chests, as long as you did the whole meta. You didn't just tag it at the end, right? It's recharging TP to a friend. And hope that pops us up. Nope. Wrong choice. Oh god, I didn't get all the dots. Uh-oh. How long have we got? We've got 8 minutes before everyone gets kicked out. There's a champion scrapper there. Not exactly what I want to fight. This looks like it's taking us down. I like the principle of this map that, you know... Oh, there's one. I like the principle of this map that it's like, okay, this is a meta event. That is descending into the deep. That's the meta, and the whole map is about that. Kind of a recreation of the elite mission from before. But at the same time...
Commander! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear. Just scanned your last sample.
Much appreciated. Your reading suggests this haze is composed primarily of raw magic, very similar to Void. However, the samples contain an extra element not found in unfiltered magic. I'll run further analysis. In the meantime, let's all regroup in the lower mines. Oh, and if you see any jade on your way, could you test it for a haze reaction?
I'll look into it, if I have time.
I have a theory, but without data, it can only remain poison.
Wow, it's Almora again. Hold on, why is it Almora every time? Holy fuck, they're not bringing Almora back or doing something with Almora, are they? That's exciting. Why is it Almora that's spoken each time? I thought it was just going to be random crosstalk from just heroes of the past, but no, it's been Almora every time, which makes me think, hold on, there's something special going on there. Okay, so it's like Void, but with an extra element. Something from the Mists, maybe? It's like a variation on Void? A specific type of Void only found elsewhere? Yeah, okay, right. So anyway, the meta's done. I missed whatever this last chamber is. I would like to see it. I don't know why I didn't just... Oh, God. Of course we're in combat every time we want to try and do this. Let's go back here and let's refilter. It does feel a bit arbitrary just having to come back and do this. I'm going to get the 30 stacks because... a little bit of magic find, but I have to yo-yo around, so it seems a little bit frustrating. Okay, so bring pieces of jade from the Behemoth's Gap quarry to nearby haze hotspots and observe the results. So we're going to get up to the quarry there, where we've never been. So hold on, let me see this last room where the boss died. I just want to see it, get the POI there. You know, there's a lot going on here. I'm trying to, you know... see the event, see the map, do the personal story, and now it's occurring to me that I should probably get map comp too. I'm very whelmed at the moment. I like these chunks of very weirdly coloured jade. Is that like the Guild Wars 1 jade colour over there? I'm sorry, why did I skip that? It's because I feel rushed, because I've got 5 minutes before I have to leave. Let's watch it anyway. Map comp is super quick on this map. It's very Bloodstone Fenny, actually, in that way, then. If map comp's really quick. Do you guys remember, like, the map comp spam farm? Good way to get keys. And a good way to get a lot of the currency for, like, the new Bloodstone rings and stuff. Whelmed. WP, are you a Young Justice fan? No. I was just messing about. The word overwhelmed. Same with Grothmar. Yeah, Grothmar had a similar thing too, yeah. Interestingly, they're all season starters. You guys notice that? Isn't that kind of interesting? So I know there's no map comp objective up here, which is weird. You'd think they'd put one there. But I do want to just at least see what the room's like. An ancient sapling. I'm guessing the story's going to take me in there. I don't know. I think, guys, I just don't like meta event first time map exploration. I think I just don't like meta events that much. I don't like the pressure of focusing on all the story and all the players spamming everywhere and just the pace of it. And I don't, you know, I kind of like to just explore a map, and then if there's a meta that goes on top, maybe, you know, the next day I can try it out. But when the map is the meta, I think I'm just not all about that, really. The ley line is lit. This is interesting.
Haze is getting thicker, right? I'm not crazy, am I?
Bit of a loaded question down here, don't you think?
Okay. I think, because when I think back to Drizzlewood, I had the same problem. It didn't really feel like going to the Verdant Cascades. It didn't feel like an adventure the way I would want it to. I think Dragon's End I felt the same way. Dragon's Stand I felt the same way. Dragonfall I felt the same way. And I'm feeling it here as well. Okay, let's come through here. So, I mean, I don't know. What, I have to do a second meta, really, here to finish the story now. Because we haven't got this haze hotspot thing. Maybe they specifically set it up that way. The mycelium colony. An adrenaline mushroom in each one. I think it's the mushroom stuff that makes it feel like the Tangled Depths again, you know? I do like that there are Akke and stuff here. And the prospect of fishing down there is quite interesting. Okay, so where's the commander? What exactly do people do at this point? Oh, for fuck's every time! I just want a waypoint! I just want to stand still for 1 second and waypoint. And I can't, because obviously I don't have it, this one. Left. Oh, that door's not open. Interesting. So how did people get through there? So they never came down like this. They must have come down like this. To be fair, you're pretty sure you can power through the haze on a clear map with the basic filter to do the story instance. By a clear map, you mean a map that hasn't done the meta at all? I'm going to grab this waypoint. Obviously, it'll become contested when the meta toggles through, but hey. Yeah, I know I can use the turtle to get through that, but I don't know how high it's scaled or how long it will take, so I'll just go around the side. Alright, Behemoth's Gap. Nice. Can have a little poke around here. We've got 60 seconds.
That's it. The haze is too much. Run for it.
Oh, and it's closing the whole map actually as well. Interesting.
I think they finally found higher.
Okay, so right now what I want to do is Springer to get up there, but I'm in combat. Oh, never mind. Is it in the building? Oh no, there it is. This probably doesn't matter, right? This is just gonna go away when the map leaves. So block object. Oh wow. Oh, it's all pretty localized to this little area, actually, then. See, and the other thing I don't like about this, too, is all the ambient dialogue and stuff, you know? It's like, I want to speak to Rama in that building. I want to know what Gorick was saying early on in the meta. I want to know, you know, and it's like I get, like, half the picture or something. So there we go. We plugged the Jade up there. And I really don't like that feeling. Like, I feel itchy, you know? I've said that on a lot of videos before. I feel like, oh, fuck, there's a lot I sort of don't get or don't know. By the way, it said map closes, but the map hasn't closed. It's just flipped. So what's this event here? Oh, there we go. No, the map just closed. The new maps don't feel as though they're a part of the world, just a singular story instance stuck in a loop. I think meta event maps feel that way, yeah. To be fair to End of Dragons, it has 3 maps that don't feel that way. I don't feel that way with Echoed Wilds, with Kaineng, or with Saitang. And I think it would be okay as well, by the way, if like if there was like a distinction between meta maps and random maps, like if my expectations were right every time, you know, like here I was expecting, oh, it's a new map, it's, I don't know, there's a certain other vibe of exploration and stuff. But if it had been clear, oh, this is going to be a meta map, or if, you know, there was some UI or something that let me know that, I probably wouldn't judge it the way that I currently am, because I'd just think, well, you know. Oh, what did we miss? We missed a POI there, a POI there, and that was it. Oh no, there's a third POI somewhere as well. Oh, and one there. So we can go back in. What is this? Players ready for action, 6 out of 10. So how comes everyone's down there? Is this the ambush farm that you guys were talking about? Is there some Oni event that you just farm there? Does Rama get a lot of focus in this patch? I don't know. This is my first time playthrough. I'm going to continue the story in a second.
Acting out lately. I need to straighten them out before the others get any ideas.
Let's do it again. Also, you know, the thing with the meta is you play it multiple times. You play it lots of times through, so...
I can handle my crew. They need discipline. And maybe a tranquilizer dart.
Enough caginess, Chilmu. What's going on?
Well, reports say our bases have been compromised. Adding to the chaos, a few of my captains have become quite destructive. Our best bet is to split up and...
I call Rama.
Works for me. Gorik, let's see what the deal is with that captain.
Oh, Yao, I'm sorry. I didn't intend... I just assumed...
No worries. Come on, Chilmu. We'll handle the base. We have some catching up to do anyway.
So my take on this right now is this is basically the Jade Sea reimagined... the Deep Elite Mission reimagined as a meta event. In Guild Wars 2. That's what this map is. That's what this patch is. And it seems like they're doing some good stuff with the lore. It suddenly dawns on me, by the way, after I do this, is it just one more story instance and that's the patch over? It suddenly dawns on me that's probably the situation, isn't it?
The air quality isn't
right, let's get these. And let's head on down. You don't like a map that you can't go anywhere at your own pace on? I like linear maps. I like maps that lead you around. Dry Top and its extensions are one of my favorite things of all time in this game. Genuinely, I think are the pinnacle of like environment, moving around, and like you have a very small space in Dry Top, but non-mounted Dry Top, your first time there, it's just so good. It's so excellently done. I love Dry Top, and that's very linear. And I know people criticize Dry Top for being linear before, but I don't know. I love that kind of thing. And this map's not too dissimilar in that way. It's just the meta thing. I think everything's on a timer. All the dialogue is firing all over the place. Can't really see what's going on. Stuff like that. No, I don't mean to labour the point, as I often do. Because I think that what I was trying to say a second ago is the thing with metas is after a while you do sort of get them, and you know, after enough runs, I think you realise there's a lot to love about them. Speaking about this patch as a thing, like where it's like, is this a sign of where things will go in the future? I do wonder actually whether that's their plan, to do a mini expansion with slow, meditative, take it at your own pace, proper maps, and then like the quarterly patches are the quarterlies are, there we go, we can fight the scrap in. What is this? Phase shifted, avoids attacks from outside the designated area. Oh no, they're just bounty things. It's a bit dodgy coming in here on my own though, isn't it? And then the quarterlies are going to be releases like this. That might be the plan. I'm not saying that's a good plan or a bad plan or anything. Right, let's start this. Fuck me. Oh my god, okay. There were some subtle AoEs that I stood in there. I tried to block that, but strafed as well, so it didn't quite work. Holy shit, people are getting fucked up. I'm going to play Arcane Resurrection. We'll go back to Catalyst for the story in a second. Having a meta map right after Dragon's End is a weird call. Well, I mean, you can kind of think of it in that linear way. I don't think that quite works. Yes, the story ended with Dragon's End, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's all we've been doing, does it? I mean, I've done more Saitang and the other metas than just Dragon's End. Oh yeah, I can give people stab now, which is quite interesting on this book. Pretty sure this is not set up as the Alacrity variant, so I'm just going to camp more. It's like, you know, if an expansion's going to have a meta map, then there's always, any meta map, there's always going to be that thing, you know, it's probably going to be at the end. I guess there's a discussion of like, is it correct to do a meta map now? Is that what people have been waiting for? Are people super bored of Dragon's End? Are they super bored? And I don't know whether that's true. I think that the game's got a huge variety of really decent meta maps at the moment, and there's really good world boss trains you can go on, and there's a huge amount of variety. I'm guessing probably their metrics just show that, you know, people stick about for this kind of content more, so keep churning it out. It's like the same, those champ boss trains at the end, the chess trains at the end. They probably show, you know, a lot of people stick around a lot longer if there is one, so. Why was that such a problem, collecting that battery? You were waiting for a strike mission. Yeah, I thought there was going to be a strike mission. There's no strike mission then. I really thought that this was going to be, you know... This turtle stuff is a 10 out of 10, by the way. I'm really happy there's lots of turtle stuff here. It's exactly what I wanted. Why have we gone? Can we not run around? I feel like the fact that the pilots are incentivized to just stand and spam the one and not move, thus giving me ammo, is pretty lame. Surely the point of this is to do a co-op thing where I can shoot. Fine, I will heal the turtles. To be fair, you didn't expect a strike mission until after this part of the start of the... No, I expected a strike mission, and then the next patch to be a CM for it. That's what I thought they were going to do. I thought that was the point. Do a strike and then a CM. I mean, I know that their plan is, for once the expansions are rolling, it's strikes and then CMs in quarterlies, right? I don't know. I really thought there was going to be a strike this release. Just a normal mode, basic, easy peasy one, but fine. You know, it's still something.
What's with that orb? I figured that much. Looks like a dense ball of that haze. We need to stop it or we'll be swarmed.
Curious. Do you think I can go there? No. We'll wait until we get the waypoint over there and then... To be honest, this just goes to show how horribly vague that roadmap was. Well, yeah, I think it was a bad blog post. I don't think they did very well there. It's also the thing I've always wanted from ArenaNet is just some honesty, just some, like, you know, just some frankness. And with that roadmap where it was like, oh, this is what we're doing with mini X packs and stuff, you know, that was huge news. And I wish that, and the point was, how the fuck do we balance Living World with expansions? Well, we're going to try and do it all as the same thing, basically, is the thing. And the point was, over the years, they've struggled with that. They've not done well with it. There have been gaps. There have been content droughts, air quotes. And I just wish that the blog post to just be frank with people. You know, that's the thing. Like, look, like just sit literally in the blog post, say, we had a gap of content after Heart of Thorns. We had a gap of content before Heart of Thorns. We had a gap of content after Season 4. We had a gap of content after the Icebrood Saga. We're, in some respects, in a gap of content now. You know, be honest, say that shit in the blog post. Just say it. You know, a bit of and that's what I consider to be frank, candid, real conversation. And I don't... But you read that blog post, and it reads like the most corporate, bullshitty... Like, it's really gross, the way that blog post is written. You read the first few paragraphs. In fact, I'll read it out for you guys now. I mean, I really was not very happy with it. I didn't talk about it very much, actually, in my review of it, because the topic itself was more interesting. But really, I couldn't believe what I was reading at the start of that blog post.
Overwhelming. And there's still more down there.
There's always more.
Why is the wiki broken?
All we can do.
I usually go to guildwars2.com and their blog posts. Base it, I just typed .dot. What the fuck is wrong with me? I usually go to it from the wiki, their like top bar thing, but it's not working. Where is it? Studio update.
I'm carrying out a sophisticated experiment involving artifacts, buried objects. Rest assured, it's important.
Having the development bandwidth needed to iterate on core systems is especially important to us, and it's something we've been, you know, don't talk to me about development bandwidth to iterate on shit. Say, look, we want to do reworks and things for old stuff. The first step forward towards accomplishing our goals was to rebalance how we allocate our development resources across the project. Historically, with, you know, this is such managerial speak, do you know what I mean? Historically, with few exceptions, Living World seasons have required the focus of nearly the entire development team to deliver them at the size, quality, and cadence that our players expect. You know, this is like an internal memo to me. This made it difficult to simultaneously develop expansions while supporting the game with regular content updates. It also meant that many areas of the game went under-supported. In the next phase, we'll be taking a more balanced approach that will allow us to provide more support for popular game modes, make frequent, you know, like there's no real... like examples or like specifics. I don't know, I'm kind of skipping a lot here. My point's kind of falling a bit flat here, I think, as I read a lot of this. A little bit flat. But yeah, anyway, I don't know, the blog post could have been more transparent and clear about how some of this stuff is going forwards as well. It's weird because we're still in a weird transitory time now, you know. Basically, my view on it at the moment, and I don't feel particularly negative about this for what it's worth. My view on it, on everything at the moment, is what ArenaNet are doing is they're making the first mini-X back as good as possible. So probably these next couple of weird patches, this last little bit of wiggliness before we get out into the new stuff, this last thing, probably what they're doing is, you know, they're gonna... These are not the priority. The first mini-X back is probably the priority right now. And I'm not saying this is a terrible release, by the way. I think as a very meta-oriented release, it's sort of not hitting the bar for me. But, yeah, I would guess that the mini-X back itself... I mean, and I think that's the right call as well, by the way. I think absolutely the first mini-X back should be the... priority number one. I'm gonna go do the other meta this time, the other character this time.
This is chaos.
Aren't strikes supposed to be the new end game arena that lends into hard rather metas? Well, that's kind of a fraught. That's a very tricky thing you've just said there. Because end game doesn't really mean anything, does it? What does end game mean? First of all. Classically, when we look at this genre, endgame means what do you do once progression's over? Because MMOs were about progression. MMOs were about grinding, they were about leveling, they were about gaining power. And once you got to the end of that process, that was the end game. It wasn't about beating the story. It was specifically this idea that once you have finished prog, that's the end game, you know. And then an expansion or something comes out and it pushes the level cap and it gives you new gear and you're back and so on. Guild Wars, what does the term end game really mean? For 99% of players, it just means what you do when you log in, right? So it's not really it's not a useful term for us in this game. So you can't really say, oh, that's their idea for end game. There are many varieties of end game. There are many flavors of it within Guild Wars. You know, there are people who enjoy World versus World as their end game. There are people who enjoy meta events as their end game. There are people who enjoy difficult, structured 10-man content as their end game. So you can't. So the question, it was never strikes or metas. It's just that there's a subset of players that want the 10-man stuff, and for them they get strikes, yeah, instead of raids. But they were never going to trade metas. They were never going to try and shove meta event players into strikes. I mean, to a certain extent they are, but that's not a substitution that they would make. You like the update, but you're overall upset at its length? Well, I'm not upset at its length right now because I haven't finished it. I do feel a bit weird. Is it? I mean, I kind of don't want to know. So I didn't look at chat a second ago if anyone confirmed it. I kind of do feel a bit dodgy about the idea that it's just one more instance. Hopefully I'm wrong about that theory. But having read what I read earlier about how it's a mini patch and stuff, I don't know. Does anyone want to get in it? Come on, dude. Come on, you can click. All the people standing here. The game... I really want a new player experience. An actual new player experience. I mean, look at this. Look at the fucking people using regular DPS skills. Guys. It's reinforced. See, people need to be taught shit like this. Like, let's look at this kind of thing. You want to use regular skills? Use this. I appreciate that whole time. I could have been contributing more. I have to heal these people because I'm not on a build that does damage now. They're just doing it to tag an AFK. I'm not sure you even can tag these, can you? It might put you in combat, but it's 0 damage. It's not going to be attacked. I think what Guild Wars 2 needs that would really improve players in a big way as like a UI update is if they change the hitbox icon for miss or 0 damage. If they put a sound cue on it, one that you can disable, maybe, in your settings, I think that would be huge for new players. Because there's always been a problem in this game of people attacking into blocks, people missing, people doing 0 damage. And it's always just been a UI thing, I think, personally. Or a very comfortable way of reducing that behavior. You think convincing them to ride the turtle is hard? I don't know. I mean, tooltip pop-ups and hint pop-ups are pretty good as well. Oh, damn it. No stab. I find it so odd that as a Tempest I give AoE stab and Aegis now. It's weird how everything's getting so homogenized. I'm like casually running around doing Guardian shit. They should make the enemy buff icon grow in size on their screen until every time they fail the mechanic, until it fills the whole screen and shakes violently. I mean, personally, here, I'll tell you what they should do. They should grey out your whole skill bar. They should have a thing in the game that greys. They should have, like, as a principle that your skill bar greys out. And it should play when you're missing, or maybe something. When you're missing, if you're attacking into blocks, if you're attacking into invulns, shit like that. Because that's what people are focused on. Their eyes are just laser fixated down here. And they see that the skills are being cast. They see that there's cooldowns. They're not looking at anything else. So I would affect the skill bar with that. And then you could do it on other stuff as well. You know when you do Dragon's End, and everybody just dies to the biggest, most obvious telegraph in the game. You know, it is a huge telegraph, massive orange hitbox, shockwaves coming out. It could not be more apparent that you need to stop attacking and move away. And yet, you know, like 30% of the Zerg dies every time. 30% of the Zerg dies to that thing. And you can say, well, they're unfamiliar with the content, they're not playing it, you know, and that's fine. But on the other hand, the game should be in a place where even if you're unfamiliar with it, people aren't missing. So, and, you know, that really does show the blindness. So that there, again, would be a thing where while that telegraphs up, the skill bar should grey out. Or the skill bar should go red or some shit, you know. Red outlines on every skill. Like, you know how in VG, I'm going to give you guys a very real, very, very seriously good concept here. You know when you're in VG, you stand in, there's the blue puddles, and when you're standing in it, it makes the outline of your screen glow red. It shouldn't, so basically, you are standing in a bad mechanic, you're about to be punished, there's a glow. That should be used much more regularly, but what it should be is not just the outline of your UI that's glowing, it should be the outline of all your skills appear in red, or something like that. I think if all the outline of all your skills appeared in red while you were standing in a spot that's about to get nuked, or you're standing in a spot that's about to get teleported, or something like that, that would be huge for the game. I think everyone, even the most tunnel visioned blind people, because what they're tunnel visioning and staring at is the skill bar, and they would see the red on the skill bar and they'd be like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. Because right now in Guild Wars, it's like, oh, you need to listen to a sound cue, or you need to look at the floor, or you need to look at the edge of the screen. And ultimately, these are all places that people aren't looking. They're looking at the skill bars. And so if that was there, the death rate to stuff like the big Sue 1 hitbox and stuff, it would all go way down. And they're clearly good at this kind of stuff. Like, you know, the outline when there's a break bar up and stuff, it's there. So yeah, red outline when you're in a hazard, a very dangerous hazard. And they could even start color coding it. They could have an orange outline when you're in a hazard that's minor, like a teleport maybe. A red outline when it's a one-shot death, stuff like that. I really believe in that, and that would help a lot. And that wouldn't require any changes to the new player experience necessarily. Would also double down on making people focus on skill bars. Well, no, not necessarily. It's just a cue. You would see you're in danger, then you do have to readjust. You have to look at the battlefield, you have to look at the enemy, you have to see what animation you're in, you have to see what's going on. So it doesn't solve the problem for you, it's just the cue. It's the same as the ding ding noise, it's just in a place where more people will spot it because, you know, they don't have the game client muted or whatever. And the little ding, you know, so like you get a ding ding, which means you've got flak that you need to go drop somewhere or something like that. That, again, they should be more consistent about it. Ding ding, oh, I need to react to something. The red outline, oh, I need to react to something. They're still playing it, you know? And so I think it's a good... I think it's better than what... It might not be perfect, but it's better than what we have now. Also, yeah, you guys are talking about a satchel upgrade. I don't know what that means. What is the satchel upgrade? Also, I've just been chatting here. I haven't paid any attention. Rama said, like I told Goric, this is no time to chat about tactics. Stab everything. If we survive, patch up whoever we shouldn't have stabbed. Doesn't matter what's in front of you. Hit it till it stops moving, then hit it again. Jesus. All right, let's do the story here. I assume this is the end coming up. Maybe if we can move our UI. Yeah, I mean, that's how other MMOs deal with it. Most people put, like, their main hotkeys, their big GCDs and stuff on the center of the screen. I think even in my Final Fantasy content, I was doing that. I actually can't remember. I really want to get back into that fucking game. Because I'd customized the shit out of my UI, and I was really proud of it. It was all immersive, but had all the key information on there. Oh, so good. And I think I did do some skill centering. I certainly remember practicing it with Dark Knight and stuff. Alright, let's plug that. This is a lot better than I thought it was going to be. This, I thought, was get Jade from the outside and go to all the old hotspots, but it's not. It's just all in this little area. You didn't get this far? You got tired and distracted by the long event chain? Really? Well. I mean, how long have I been playing here? Nearly 3 hours. They're hitting the bar for what a Living World release should be. Sorry, not Living World, just patch should be. Endwalker was so damn good, you can't wait for me to see it. I've heard that it's mixed. I've heard it has higher highs but lower lows than Shadowbringers. I have to admit, Shadowbringers really, really connected with me in the end. I do look back very fondly and all that stuff. Mostly when I think about Ardbert, to be honest. And obviously all the stuff at Amarot. Amarot was incredible. That's one of the best places I've ever been to in an RPG. Genuinely. Like a fantasy RPG.
Any progress on the Jade experiments?
I tested a few Jade blocks.
And of course,
The
Hades.
colors darkened after contact with the haze.
That would suggest the secondary element imprinted itself on the base. We're onto something here.
That's nice. Hey, have you heard anything or anyone odd during our calls?
You always seeing monsters where there are none.
It's Almora again.
I haven't noticed anything, but it's possible a Brotherhood comm is causing interference. Once you're here,
I have to go.
Oh wow, this is quite unsettling, isn't it? What the fuck is this Almora thing? Is Almora gonna do a Cormier-esque thing where Almora has died, air quotes, but is actually fighting in another realm at the moment or something? And through these weird new void shenanigans we're connecting, or I don't know, it's so odd. I'm well up for the return of Almora, by the way. Fuck the sanctity and importance of, you know, permadeath. Their colour darkened after contact with the haze. Almora says you, always seeing monsters where there are none. That's what she said to Bangar, didn't she? Wasn't that in that argument with Bangar? In the Dark Rime Delves. Bangar was trying to, you know, find justifications for his xenophobia, for his hate, for... I swear that was the line. Anyway, I haven't noticed anything, but it's possible a Brotherhood communicator is causing interference. I have to go. Rendezvous with my friends at the Luxon Terminus. Oh, right next to us. Yeah, okay, so the story is totally going to end here. This looks like a claw. It looks like a hand or something. Deep trouble. Let's go back to Catalyst now. Not that. That's our Tempest. That's our Catalyst.
Oh, you made it. Further research awaits, Commander. Shall we? Still so many questions. We already neutralized the void, Aurene confirmed it, yet there's obvious disequilibrium here.
I'll try to get more out of Chilmu about this haze once we're done.
Would he even know anything? You said yourself, he's been hiding at camp while this crew goes berserk.
Look, he really screwed up, but he's not what you think.
Oh, a criminal, a coward. Well, so far he's proving both.
Damn, fucking Rama's got a sharp tongue. Okay. Oh, see, I immediately feel so much better now. Now that I'm not in a big open world meta map and stuff, I immediately, like, chill a bit. Because it's my pace again now, you know? The beginning of Icebreed Saga was 100 times better than this patch. So far, absolutely, yeah. Like, it's not even close. Drizzlewood was definite. I remember Drizzlewood being... Not Drizzlewood. Grothmar. I remember Grothmar being an underwhelming patch at the time. But I feel like such a prick forever judging it because it had 100 times more things than this. You know, it had 4 mini-meta events in it. And within them, it had interesting mechanics of, like, tossing the torches. And it had the Destruction Derby stuff. And it had the teams at the Ooze Pit. It was a bit disappointing with some of the dungeon stuff, but fine. It had some cool story moments. It had the strike mission. It had the snow slowly falling around us. It had the new mechanic with the shootouts and the moving platforms, if you remember. That was all Grothmar. It introduced Bangar. It had the big Bangar Ritlock cutscene, which was really well animated and stuff. Hints about the Bone Skinner upcoming. This is not the same thing, this patch, at all. I don't know whether... is that unfair as a comparison? Is it unfair? This one's a lot... I don't know, I haven't finished it yet. I mean, I haven't finished it. And what the fuck do I know? I've done one and a half of the meta, while ranting about other shit. But it doesn't look like it's got as much sort of totally new feeling things. But also, I think a lot of what they did in Grothmar isn't... in Grothmar isn't 100% necessary all the time. Man, these guys hit hard. You don't think so? It's been a year. This is the first patch of the season, air quotes. It deserves every bit of criticism when we know they can do better. But I don't know. I mean, first of all, I don't actually consider last year to have been a content drought. Because I value the living world. But I don't know.
Come on, Finn. Let's check it out. I need some air anyway.
I kind of thought Living World was a bit
down here. That's for sure.
The Living World patches they had some expansions and some improvements, certainly. The Living World Season 1 patches. But they were a lot more narrow than what I had wanted them to be. But I kind of thought, well, that's alright, because they're probably focusing on whatever comes next. And now Next is here, and I'm still thinking, it's alright, because they're probably focusing on what comes next, which is the mini X-Packs.
Looks pretty solid.
And End of Dragons, at the End of Champions, I remembered feeling the same way.
Switch to inspect mode, please.
But of course. Now activating inspect.
Commander, you know your way around a mech drone. Care to do the honors?
I'm giving too much credit to the depth of the writing. I haven't talked about the writing yet. I haven't played the story. I haven't finished the story. What can I possibly say about the writing? I don't know what this is or where it's going. I don't know how much or little there is. So far, it's been it's gone exactly where I would expect it and wanted it to go, which is mysterious shit is corrupting people beneath the Jade Sea. Well, let's see what they've got, you know? Finn's auxiliary bot has been outfitted with tech that allows the user to take remote control of it. Oh, interesting. Am I going to play the bot? Select the scanning function on the Jade bot's interface, take control. Oh, no, I'm a Jade bot. Right. Oh, what the fuck? This is cool. This is all new. Analyze. Select a specific location and obtain material analysis of the rock. Emit a sonar ping to reveal potential weak spots in the nearby wall. Go up, go down. Okay. The data returned by the scanners identified the subject as solid basalt bedrock of an undeterminable thickness. That doesn't seem like the best choice. I'll try scanning another location. The data returned by the scanners identified the subject as slightly cracked quartz rock with minor miasmic traces. Seems promising. Let's place a charge.
Seems more agreeable now.
A little tune-up and Finn's back to his old self after deprogramming some learned behaviors. Look, Cholmu's not the easiest guy to vouch for, but you've seen him at his best. Dragon's End? That's the real him. He gave me a chance when the world acted like I was invisible. Before June, the Brotherhood was my only home. Right now, he's losing control, and he knows it. I'm worried he can't get it back. But if I can help, I will. I want to.
Oh, man. Not sure how far I want to go with the identifying with Cholmu thing there. Scan again. Okay. Oh, okay, so yeah, we're going to want lots of charges. This is something that I really wanted from this patch, which was more Jade bot gameplay. I know some people think this is a bit gimmicky or frivolous or whatever, but I don't know. I think it's good to get as much of it in as possible while we're in End of Dragons. Since it is a mastery, since it is a part of the feature base of the X-Pack, have as much as possible, you know? Diatomic silica, sediment. Seems easier to bust through than bedrock. Place a charge, little guy. Oh, I see. Wow, we can go quite high, I assume. Yeah, nice. There's more basalt. A small fault line. There's a fissure vent here. Data returned by the scan has identified the subject as a noticeable miasmic fissure vent between two formations of rock. Okay. Am I not missing walking on the Jade Sea like on Guild Wars 1? I mean, Vast. Actually, yes. I didn't say it out loud, but at the start of playing this patch a minute ago, I was...
Objective complete. Was this result to your satisfaction?
You did fantastic, Finn. Thank you.
I was thinking, it sounds stupid now, but I was thinking, you know what, one of the things I love about the Jade Sea is this area, this POI, you know, the Jade Expanse, where it just pushes you back, but it just goes and goes and goes. And when I was standing here at the start of this video, I was thinking, we could have a map like that, because it seemed, the Guyala Delve seemed to go down quite a lot. By the way, you can totally see where they'll expand it, because it's offset. There's clearly space here. I guess the expansion will be this. But maybe it will go, maybe we'll go through, it will be like this. This is just the halfway point of the meta for sure. This is going to be a really long meta in the end. I'm sure that's what they're going to do. And we'll just go up. In fact, what's here? Is there a doorway here? I kind of want to look. But I bet you go up and it's really low down, and that'll be what the next patch does. It expands it. Okay, move out of the blast radius. I mean, that was alright. It's not as good Jadebot gameplay as going through all the vents and stuff.
Just
but...
so you're aware, haze levels are likely to rise the farther we go. If you feel faint at any point,
You'll be the first to know. Shall we?
Not sure if I want to mount or not.
Demons! Ambush! Ahead! Hit them!
They put that in just for me. Well, I wasn't talking about that until, what, like a week ago? So I seriously doubt that. I mean, I've barely talked about Guild Wars during any of the time that I assumed this was being developed.
Say, Commander, you mentioned something over comms.
Which I assume started back in, what,
Yeah,
summer?
You were right. Just interference.
Although, your lack of eye contact is a tad concerning.
Didn't they do that with Grothmar? No, Grothmar was one map.
No, he didn't mention.
More reason to be careful who you place faith in.
Look, just because your mentor...
Finish that sentence. I dare you.
Hold on, we need to stop because I want to read that because I didn't take any of that in. Grothmar was a solo map, and then the other two for Icebreed Saga were expanding maps. So you're aware, haze levels are likely to rise further we go. You'll be the first to know, shall we? Demons! Ambush ahead, hit them. I don't like them using the phrase demons when they're just ghostly enemies that we fought lots of before. I mean, technically, the Guild Wars idea of a demon, just an entity from the mist, it does fit for abyssals and stuff. No wonder our signal is shoddy. Say, Commander, you mentioned something over comms, a voice? Yeah, you were right, just interference. Oh, interesting. Liz is lying about what she heard. Weird. That's cool. I like it when Liz acts a bit odd. Yeah, and Gorik says, your lack of eye contact's a bit concerning. Rama says, nice catch. Oh, he respects him as a detective. This is cool. I like the idea of Gorik as, like, the up-and-coming detective proving himself. Yao says, demons. Does Chalmoon know? He didn't mention. So, wait, how does this fit in with the meta? Is the idea that the meta hasn't happened yet? Rama says, more reason to be careful with who you place faith in. And Yao says, look, just because your mentor... Finish that sentence, I dare you. His mentor was Lee. So he's digging at him there. And Lee basically Yao saying Lee turned out to be a xenophobic prick. That doesn't mean Chalmu will as well. But hold on, this is all a bit weird. This doesn't quite line up. Why is Yao talking like this? Because I thought the whole point before this patch was that Yao left the Jade Brotherhood over something dodgy going on. Are we just like hand-waving that whole idea now, are we? A lay anomaly. I do like... Oh, God, this is weird. Is this a new story or what? Because there seem to be all these cool ties to previous events, you know. This feels very Bloodstone Fenny, especially when there's lay anomalies around. Oh, my God. What's these... What is this telegraph for this knockback? Exactly. Well, we don't actually have the quickness variant on. Let me turn that on in a second. There's a brake bar. One that I should feel totally comfortable braking. Yeah, and no fucking stun brake. Ugh. Nice block. See, look at that. Look how good that block feels. I love the fucking catalyst block. Put an arcane shield up.
Didn't realize the Brotherhood mined this deep.
Commander, you all right?
Feels like I got the wind knocked out of me.
This is supposed to be quickness. Why am I getting quickness? This is not quickness. What is going on here? Right, there we go. Because obviously our protocols have dropped now. No, I'm in Berserker at the moment. It's not a real build, really, what I'm running.
What is it?
A ley line.
An unparalleled source of raw magic. Pure energy. This must be why the proximate jade is so powerful. It could be monumental in solving Kantha's energy predicament.
So what, we want to tap the ley lines ourselves now, like hungry dragons? That's a fitting place for the story to go. It's very interesting to me that they ended End of Dragons with Aurene specifically saying she'd know if anything fucking weird was going on with the ley lines. And then we have this straight away. It's odd that we haven't spoken to Aurene in this patch. Ley-infused jade. The jade down here is all but glowing from the substantial levels coursing through it. Interesting find. Actually, I do have a Selly template. Did I put a hammer on it? We won't look like a... Yeah, I do have a hammer on it. Here we go. Let's play Selly with quickness. Bring in the Chark? Yeah, that would be cool, actually.
Interesting.
See, and Goric has expertise here. He'd know. Follow him as he theorizes. I like this objective.
And what's this?
This variety of jade looks like Guild Wars 1 jade. Yeah, it does a lot more, yeah, actually, some of it.
Fascinating.
What are you figuring out here, Goric?
I need a closer look.
Finn, can you get us across?
Activating gap traversal device.
It's hard for me to tell whether they would intentionally have tried to make it look like Guild Wars 1 jade or not. Nice, he created a zipline. I thought he was just going to throw Goric. Okay. I do get a kick out of NPCs using ziplines.
Working near a power source this strong?
Unlikely.
Or
Simple
gliding or
exposure to
mounting,
ley-line
stuff like that.
energy generally isn't enough to affect one's well-being. Though something is unusual here. I've never seen a ley line produce any kind of miasmic byproduct.
Oni, careful!
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to pretend that the meta event...
There's more than one?
It must be deceiving our senses, blurring reality. We have to stay focused. Everyone take a platform and divert its attention. Commander, I could use your help here.
Rama, come with me. I'll give you a lift.
Oh, interesting. They're reusing the whole setup. They're reusing it all. Yeah, I think... Oh, man, it's a shame because... I think if I played this first, if my first experience of an Anoni was in here, I think I would have been a bit more thrilled. Let's try and break this. Fucking hell, I was a bit late there. I must admit, actually, I don't know what the other hard CCs are. Neither of the water ones are hard CCs, are they? Oh my god, it's Tybalt. Okay, I mean, they played that trick many times. It doesn't have quite the same impact as, you know, the dynamic event on Bloodtide Coast or the moment at the end of Hawthorns, but it's there. It's alright. What is happening to me? So Rama saw it as an Oni. Let me just check. Yeah, they're not hard CCs. So actually, I only have the one on Hammer. And then Hammer 5 is a good source of a mauve. Am I on a time limit or anything? Damn, stop them, they're threatening Tybalt. Very ominous music. The fall doesn't daze when... The waterfall doesn't daze when I land it, does it? Oh, obviously I've got the 4 and the 5 in air. Of course, I've been using both of them. What happened to my cursor there? I did not mean to spawn the Kirin a mile away.
Yao wants you over on their platform. They need backup.
I know what you're doing. Using my mentor against me? You're pathetic.
Commander, we'll talk later, I promise. Yao needs you now, okay?
Huh?
Oh, you...
Yao?
Yes. Right.
Okay, next platform. Oh, I see they are ascending.
I can't keep this up much longer.
You're 100% health,
Sorry,
bro.
Al.
It's okay.
Got out of sorts for a moment.
It's good to see you here.
Stop! Commander, you alright?
Oh my god, he just spoke like air.
With me.
I see, so we're gonna see all of the big deaths, are we? Trahan will probably speak to us next?
People love you. You don't care.
You know that's not true.
I really like this, actually, guys. I really like the sort of the nostalgia bait. I like the reflection on where the story has been. I really like this thing where they're speaking to me with the old characters. It's super cool. I'm guessing they'll do Trahan. I mean, they were doing Almora in the meta event, so maybe Almora is actually not special at all. And it's just that you get other characters in the story, and Almora was picked for the open world. So we get double apparitions here. Are the apparitions somehow related to... I mean, they can't be dragon minions, right? So is that the tricky thing? I mean, is that a Mordrin apparition? I don't think it is.
I never wanted to hurt them. Air.
Ben, shield drama, quick!
Defense engaged. The bomb
Quick, get in the bubble!
Thank you. Commander, the Rama could really use you over here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Less apologizing, more helping.
Oh, I
You
see.
them too?
Yeah, we're fighting them. What are you talking about?
I'm
just passing through.
I assume I lost an achievement there.
No!
Yeah, Almora spoke there. What's this?
We need to talk. So many lives lost.
There's no other way.
I was nothing to you.
That's not fair. I did everything I could. Almora!
Are we going to go into a PTSD arc for the commander? Where the commander can't quite get over all the loss and suffering? Because we've never really analysed that. And demons are getting in her mind and making her feel it worse. We could also be moving into talking about the whole god thing, you know. If mental tricks and stuff like that are a thing, you might find we move into a Lyssa thing. Some explanation about Balthazar and Lyssa's mirror and stuff. But what was this with Rama here? Do you see them too? Yeah, we're fighting them. What are you talking about? Oh no, Rama just thinks we're talking about the creatures, but Lys is talking about the visions of the dead. There's a big conspiracy behind that. Oh, there we go, we see the Oni's model now. Cleaves and teleports, they say. Okay, and we have these weird void things. There's also some kind of personal bomb that I drop, which seems to drop lingering void. I have to say, guys, as far as the story is concerned, this patch has done what... It's kind of hit the subject material I'd want it to.
I think we did it.
Wanderer weaving.
It's regenerating. It must be healing itself with the ley line.
Let's get out of here, now! Commander? She's blacking out!
Ew,
We need to get her and go!
the danglies under its chin look...
A bit. Killing and corrupting. It's what you were born to do.
Oh my god, what is this? The dangly bits under its chin look cool. I wish there was like a model viewer or something. I'd love to get a closer look at them. Yeah, and that feels like a strike candidate to me.
Hey, you're up. Do you know who we are?
Look at me closely, Commander. Concentrate. Who am I? Take your time. You were extremely discombobulated.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm fine.
I'm fine, Goric.
Oh, thank the alchemy.
You had us worried. You were talking to us like we were... well, not us.
Like old friends.
Yes. That demon. It was messing with my head. Made me think you were someone else.
Yes. I should have known as soon as it introduced those clones. It appears to be able to alter its victim's reality.
I've been trying to reach you since Yao dropped everything and ran into that hole. June is... she's...
Furious, I know. But we're making important discoveries down in this hole. And if I have to upset June to save...
June will not be upset when she hears what we found. A ley line. That's what's been supercharging the Jade.
Well, that's fantastic! A potentially free-flowing Jade-based energy source. It's too good to be...
There's an unkillable mind-altering demon gorging on it.
Oh.
Don't worry, we'll eliminate it. Or at least lure it away from the ley line.
And what's your plan of attack?
Oh, please tell me the story
General
goes on.
Bull?
I get to have a boss
I'm
instance.
afraid it's going to be unpleasant, especially for the commander. I wish there was another way, but that demon seemed particularly attracted to you. Fighting it will require neuroparasitological investigation.
If that's what it takes.
Sorry,
Back to
Commander.
bugs.
Yao's right. It is important work. I'll fill June in. Keep us posted if you can, and good luck.
Neuroparasitological. Definitely sounds like Scarab Plaguey stuff. Please, for the love of fuck, I don't want this to be over. When I click accept here, surely this concludes. Surely we at least fight the Oni. This is not the end of the patch when I click accept. Surely fucking not. Wait until your allies have an update. Have updates to report? What does that mean? I mean, I'm technically... It's because it's all... Oh, yeah, we're on 17 now. Oh, interesting. They did 15 and 16 in the same patch. Oh, no. 15's the end of the game. Oh, so we're at the end. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, let's get through this dialogue. And then let's recap. Let's see what we think. Let's chew. Alright, Gorik. Commander, you really should stop losing consciousness. It can't be good for your health. Sorry I was going on about old friends back there.
No apology necessary. That creature tried to...
I like how
latch onto a
Blish never got on the
powerful
list.
memory to see what emotions it could provoke. Although it seemed to me that first memory wasn't enough. That you dealt with those, metaphorical demons before.
Oh, okay. So apparently we have dealt with the grief and the guilt. I mean, I suppose so. Certainly with Air. The thing is with Air, I feel like we have. It's weird that Trahan didn't get a look in. I wonder if that's a thing, though. At the end of Heart of Thorns, if you never joined an order, if you skipped that stuff, they would use Trahan instead. I wonder if they did the same here. Because technically there's the same gap, right? What if you play a character, do that mission on a character that never joined an order? Or never finished the order storyline? It's probably Trahan there. Correct? Yeah, okay, alright, he's in it then. He's still the stand-in. That's a shame that he's kind of just a stand-in, because he's kind of a much bigger character, but hey. The personal story hook is definitely the better way to go. Anyway, why does it all feel so raw all of a sudden?
Maybe you haven't completely dealt with all of your feelings.
Oh, there you go.
Or perhaps the haze somehow lowers our ability to cope.
Or Lissa.
Or it enhances our sensitivity to emotions. Unfortunately, we're going to have to experiment to find out.
It's so weird. Aurene wasn't even in this patch. Surely this come-down conversation would be with Aurene. Seems like you've already picked up quite a bit from Rama.
I'm starting to wonder whether his high degree of intuition can be taught. But I'm doing my best to take his advice and watch how he works.
Bit of a rough one back there, eh? At least you're up and moving. Sorry, I thought you were around Mora.
So I hear. Sounds like she was a hell of a soldier. And a good friend.
How's Gorik doing?
Got off to a shaky start, but took charge when the chips were down. Made good decisions. Hey, he's learning from the best.
Why was only the commander affected? Seems like it could be a plot point. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you said plot hole, and it blew my mind. Yeah, clearly that's the plot point. It's not a plot hole, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely the question. I think we've been targeted specifically by something extra Tyrion. And we'll learn more as we go. I mean, obviously the big man Canuckseye himself hasn't appeared, so maybe that is what it's still building to. But, I mean, he's such a footnote, really. 2 patches worth of stuff getting to that thing? It's a bit... But, I mean... Bit of a rough one back then. At least you're up there and moving. So, Yao really came through for you.
Yao's mech came through.
Technically, Yao built the mech, so...
Finn is pretty great.
Okay. A lot of folks say they want to help, but only show up when it serves them. But Yao's good people. And Finn.
Any thoughts about Chol Mu?
Much as I've learned to trust Yao's judgment, not sure I'll ever come around on this. But Yao has the reasons.
Sorry, what did Chol Mu do, though?
Yao, Chol-Mu, June. They're like a dysfunctional little family. Not sure if Yao's the kid or...
The marriage counselor?
What did Chol Mu do? He just stepped out. He just hid, did he? Heard you said something about wanting to see Captain Min.
Maybe. But you start asking me about my love life, and I'm gonna return the favor. Don't think you're ready for that, pal.
Oh, do you think the next era will hook the commander up with someone? Wow, that was hey. Well, at least we all made it out okay. Sorry I was so disoriented when you needed me.
It's okay.
Why did Gorik's
Gorik
icon
told me
reappear?
about Air, how much she meant to you and to your whole crew. Her bravery in the fight against Mordremoth, the way she was betrayed. I'm sorry.
Are you worried that June will think you're betraying her?
June's not a charitable person. But deep down, I think she knows I'm loyal. Though, maybe that's part of the problem. I would never betray June's trust. But just because I stopped working for Chol Mu doesn't mean I cut off all ties. Like June, he can be tough. And it's no stretch to say he hasn't been at his best down here. But he didn't get where he is by being incompetent, and he truly cares about his people. Anyway, if June knows me as well as I think she does, she'll get it. She might not like it, but she'll understand.
I quite like Yao. He's very, clear about what's going on. Also, I'm very entertained by the concept of a Canthan talking about Mordremoth. Which is just such a disconnected event, you know. Who are you here to help, June or Chol Mu?
Cantha. This discovery could do so much for so many people. And if I can help some old friends along the way, even better.
Okay, and what did I miss with you, Gorik? I'm sorry. I also saw Air and Almora.
Yes, the demons seem to latch onto increasingly raw and more recent memories, feeding on your response. And I'm afraid we're going to have to use that to our advantage if we're ever going to completely defeat it.
It's odd because it's just a random Oni, it feels like, you know? Like, it's like, I don't know, you'd expect that to be a named... You'd expect that to be Canucksai himself at the end there. That would have been like a mind-blowing end. Oh, and we sort of beat it, but it feeds on the ley line and we get kicked out or something. But that kind of makes more sense. But it feels very weird and low stakes and almost like floaty, you know, as a storyline right now. Because it's just kind of a demon. And we've been fighting a bunch of Oni in the meta event as well, which is extra weird. Maybe they shouldn't have put Oni in the meta. If they went anywhere else, I probably would have been really fascinated and excited by this, because I've been like, oh, it's a fucking Oni, that's the end. But instead I've had this weird thing where it's like, oh, you were already fighting them and you didn't notice, you know, which has kind of robbed that out of the story now. There's a second half of the map. I suppose they didn't want to put it out yet. Well, no, but I mean, if the story is that we haven't killed the creature yet, I mean, that's probably it, that they didn't have a model, they didn't have an idea for it or whatever, or it wasn't done, so they couldn't do it. I wouldn't even be surprised if that encounter got swapped at the last minute. It was always meant to be Canucksai, but it got swapped because it wasn't ready or something. Commander, you really should stop losing consciousness. It can't be good for your health. How are you feeling about taking charge?
I thought I was ready, but as Ram has helped me understand, it's harder than it appears. I have a new appreciation for you, to be sure.
Okay, so kind of like it's a mini patch. I mean, that is what this feels like to me. It feels like a mini patch, but don't worry, they put a meta event with it, which will be highly repeatable, so it has at least affected the game somewhat. That's kind of how this feels to me. There's so little going on, you know. What about the Empress Inn is coming up to Divinity's Reach? What about meeting with Aurene? What about anything else, really? There's so few characters. What about the wedding? What happened with the whole wedding thing? I was so sure that there was going to be a wedding this patch. You know, they've got the wedding preparation package and stuff in the gem store. Surely that's a plot point. Oh god, does that mean that we're going to have a wedding as a part of the first mini expansion? Okay, see, my whole view on this now, my whole view's changed. You know, I'm not going to sit here and whine and cry, but I do feel like I wish that they had said, again, going back to the blog post and the Camder thing, I wish they had very clearly written out, this is our game plan, it's going to be mini X-Packs and quarterlies, just so that you know, the next couple of patches are going to be quite light as we prep for the first mini X-Pack. Just to be clear. Maybe they didn't say that, though, because this genuinely is what quarterlies will feel like. In a lot of ways, I think it's really efficient, clever design that I actually applaud. I kind of applaud that they use the same chamber for the final boss of the personal story as the final boss for the meta. You know, it is very efficiently made, this patch, you know. And in terms of, like, okay, it's something people will repeatedly be able to do. That's all very efficient and all good. And maybe there's good items and stuff. I haven't really looked fully into the rewards and stuff, so maybe there's good stuff going on there. So I think there's probably a lot of clever, smart things about it. A very, but I don't know. The thought that all quarterly patches will be like this, what that's done is that's just put so much more pressure on the mini X-Packs themselves, hasn't it? Because what are we all going to be thinking now? Well, this was really more of an appetizer than anything else. So everyone's begging for the mini X-Packs to be good. And then if the mini X-Packs feel like appetizers too... There's an ascended weapon chest. Main chest is lootable once per day. Yeah, did I... So is it a hero's choice or... Oh, there's the Luxon weapons. I got a Luxon exotic. I think someone in the Spud Discord said they were playing all day trying to get one of these and they didn't get it, so they probably hate me a bit right now. The odds that I use these are very low. We've already got so many Jade-themed skins, it's unreal. The best ones to get a sense of a new set is, like, Shield and... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly... I've had Jade stuff from the Black Lion store for years. Tools of the Luxon Hunters. Well, there's a collection, so I will get more. Delve into the haze. So we're a fair few achievements away from the backpack. What haven't we even started on? Follow up with the injured Jade Brotherhood member after aiding Chalmu. Listen to all of the Jade Brotherhood research consultant audio logs. Ah, this might be interesting. I often feel like the more captivating lore and like hints and stuff tend to come after the goddamn, you know, in the side stuff like that. So yeah, this is like investigative study from, if I type investigate, right? Investigative study from all the season 1 stuff. Feels like they've continued that along here. The deadliest thing on 2 legs. Thwart all ambush attempts. Oh, I see. So this is, I guess I got ambushed and died. Listen to all of Gorik's journal entries. But where are these? I'm not even being funny. These side things might actually prop the patch up a lot in terms of, like, how good it feels with the story. It's just so narrow. It's very narrow. There's very little happened here. Deadly delicacies. Find and slay a newly arrived invasive species. Maguva harvested mushrooms have become a trendy Canthan delicacy, and unscrupulous traders smuggled cartloads of them in without performing safety inspections. That's cool. So there are mushrooms here. I fight some and I get the thing done. But that's it. Just break stuff, do the meta. So what do we think? I think that there's a couple of things going on. One is like my shock that it is as thin as it is and it is as short as it is. I think that's definitely very shocking. But is that... Oh, God. This is... who gave me this phrase before I played? A minimum viable product. Was that the phrase that someone used? That is what this is. It's like, okay, it's like a very carefully created thing where it's like, okay, what is the absolute minimum we can do to put a patch out? Ugh, I hate what I'm about to say because I've been saying it for 10 years. I guess it depends what this affords them as far as mini X-Packs are concerned. And beyond that, I guess it depends what this affords them in terms of other non-Guild Wars 2 games. Guild Wars 3 or other Tyria games. I don't know. I mean, it's like there's clearly a compromise going on here, and we don't get to see what the other side of the scale is. Give me some of your thoughts, guys, so I'll bounce off of them here in chat. And I guess as well, it depends on how long till the next patch. If someone in chat says 10 weeks until the next patch, 10 weeks, that's very soon. If that's the case, I mean, yeah, the timeline is very important here. And that's the thing, the blog post, the roadmap was unclear about this stuff, wasn't it? If it had been clear, if the roadmap, I cut myself off when I was talking earlier, let me be clear. I feel like there's two roadmaps that we needed. One was a roadmap about mini X-Packs, about the future of the game, big ticket shit about the game. That was roadmap 1. We should have had a blog post on that, and we had it. But I think that there should have been, and I would have reworded that a little bit. The other blog post, though, I think that was kind of needed is, okay, what's going on for the next year? When is the first mini X-Pack? You know, because there was no release date, there was no suggestion of anything really. Like it's up in the air. So the idea is like, okay, what is there a mini X-Pack in December? If there's a mini X-Pack this December, if there's a mini X-Pack in 2023, I'm perfectly happy with this. I mean, fuck it. I've spent years expecting, like, you know, huge droughts before expansion stuff. If there's going to be a mini X-Pack before the year is up, and there's this, and then there'll be another one in 10 weeks, and another one in 10 weeks, I mean, I'm fine, genuinely. But if it's like there's going to be 2 patches this year, this is your spring one, we'll see you at Halloween, right? That's and then a mini X-Pack 12 months from now. That's not the same story, is it, at all? And we just don't know. I mean, genuinely, has anyone got am I missing any dev comments or anything that I'm not sure about that have created a little bit more clarity on this? Maybe what they're doing is putting this out and sort of seeing how the stats go and the metrics go, and making decisions based on this release. I doubt it, though. They've probably got a good idea. Updates are quarterly, every 3 months, like they said in the blogs. Well, that's what I thought too, but this isn't quite the same, is it? It's not, you know, because there's not a strike CM coming in with this or whatever. I came into this operating on the idea that this is what all quarterlies would be like, that this is the first quarterly. All right, I got a thing for you guys. Everyone come to chat, okay? If you think that this is exactly what quarterly patches will be, and try not to be too cynical, try to be logical about it, is this an example of a quarterly patch, or is it not? 1, if you think it is. 2, if you think it's not. Or just type yes or no, I guess. Is this an example of a quarterly patch? Is this what we'll expect forevermore with Guild Wars? 1 yes, 2 no. Or just type yes or no. And what I'm looking for here is just to see if there's consensus. That's all I'm looking for. See, look, it's all over the place. Loads of 1s, loads of 2s. Nobody fucking knows. And the question is not, do you hope? The question is it? Do you think it is or not? 2 hopium. See, that's the thing. I really wonder. I mean, to be honest, I hate what I'm about to say so much because I've spent 10 years bristling at people saying this. It's just a casual game. Just play it, have fun, and go play other stuff. That's what they want you to do. I hate that argument so much. I fucking loathe that argument. But I kind of feel it in myself at the moment because I'm like, if this is what every quarterly was, that is just how I treat Guild Wars. I'll just play it for a day and come back 3 months later for a day. But I don't want to be that. I don't want that to be I don't want that. I've always hated that. I mean, this isn't a one-day thing, is it? Let's be real. Okay, this is an evening to do the story. All right, so like in terms of length, it has been on par with other Living World episodes. It's around the 3-hour mark to beat it. It's the same, guys. It's the same as Blood Tide. It's the same as any Living World thing. It's been around 3 hours. For me, anyway. I don't know. The Meteor Season 4 stuff definitely was way bigger. Oh, you guys think it's 1 hour? Not really, it's an hour. Do you think it's just because I'm so fucking slow and rambly? Well, hold on, though. How many people... Hold on, no. But what I mean... I'm not talking about, like, tunnel visioned. I mean, like, surely everyone's going to play it the way I just did. You just go in, you start the story, you try and meta in the middle of the story. Surely that's it. Alright, another question to everyone in chat then. 1 is yes, 2 is no. 1 is yes, 2 is no. And my question to you is, did you do the meta in the middle of the story? 1 is yes, 2 is no. Did you do the meta in the middle of the story? My experience here was doing the meta in the middle of the story, and it was 3 hours. 1 is yes, 2 is no. I think that counts. Yeah, look, there's fucking tons of 1s there. That's going to be the standard. I think it counts. Does it not count? It took you 2.5 hours because you took your time? I think this was around a normal Living World episode. It wasn't around a better Living World episode. I think in terms of playtime it's there, but in terms of like quality it's not. Like to go back to the Grothmar comparison, it's not as good. Let's look at Bloodstone Fen. A very narrow map, but it had some novelty. It had all the new gliding skills. The anomalies were new, question mark? Well, no, they weren't actually. It was a reused raid boss. But the map had a vibe to it that we hadn't really seen before. This kind of has a vibe we've seen before, but it also just feels a lot like Dragon's End mixed with Tangled Depths. The enemy design is way better now, you think? I don't think that's true. The White Mantle mobs were fucking crazy. They had so much stuff going on with them. And the Hablion fight had a lot of cool stuff involving gliding and things. I don't know. The meta's too fast. Yeah, I don't really rate this meta very highly on my initial playthrough. Maybe the thing is that they need to be doing a minimum viable product. Maybe that's what it's always been. Maybe half the shit that's in... You know, you look at a map like Jahai. How has it really grown the game, do you know, on X, Y, and Z? I don't know. I kind of don't want to sit here advocating for the lowest possible bar. I don't know. The meta boss is so empty. I mean, I think there's an argument about this meta, which is that because it's going to be expanded later, it shouldn't be too big and too complicated. Like, the thing that's a bit off-putting about Drizzlewood to me is as cool as Drizzlewood is, and as layered as it is and stuff, it is a bit too fucking crazy to do a whole Drizzlewood, you know? It's too much. I can imagine this as half a meta, you know? The start... You know, all the crazy cool shit is coming in the second half. And again, that's that thing of like, oh, just wait until the next patch. But I do think that boss in this chamber here with the 3 platforms, this feels like a middle of the meta boss. Don't you guys think? It feels like the halfway point. It feels like we're just going to come up, get a waypoint, and there's a checkpoint, and then there's some more elaborate shit at the end. I think once the whole meta's in, it will all feel pretty good. But the thing is, it's like... You're still asking for 2 patches for the meta to be there, you know? Yeah, exactly. Mike just phrased it very well. This is what I've been trying to say. Just because it's only half a meta, it doesn't absolve it for being lacking. I mean, like it or lump it, it still means that we kind of have a lacking patch here. But, I mean, then there are the long-term arguments, which is like, well, shut up. It's only going to last a few months, and then it's good forever. And on principle, I do think it's better to do a map and expand it. Just because, you know, there's already so many maps. There's already so many places to go. I like the kind of cleaner idea of, like, you know, once all is said and done, people can pop in and this will still be a trafficked map for trains and stuff a year down the line. Because it is just one map instead of just too many. I think that's a subtle thing that the Icebridge Saga did quite well. But, say, Season 3 and, say, Season 4 didn't. You know, people don't go to Siren's Landing to do the events there. In their trains. I mean, they might. I don't know, actually. You keep looking at the visuals. The map is stunning. Yeah, this place is really pretty. I like this place out here. No mastery as well. I mean, maybe masteries can be cut from Living World patches.
What's the plan?
I'm not a fan of the mastery system anyway. Well, that's weird. Liz just said, what's the plan? It feels like the End of Dragons masteries are going to be forever duds, though, I got to say, guys. Thank God they did more turtle stuff here. I think that's a big positive. There's lots of turtle stuff, thank God. Jadebot had a tiny moment in the story, and it feels like this is the filter thing is a Jadebot thing. Maybe when they expand the map, they'll put filters on the Jadebot or something. Skiffs and fishing, though, feel like they took one in the ass here. Unless, hold on, let's have a look here. End of Dragons, fishing. Oh, I mean, I'm so bad, I'm not even going to know. Doesn't look like there's a new fishing thing in this. Wish we would have gone to Raisu Palace instead. Yeah, but the thing is, like... See, I like that thought of that as well. I like the idea of a mini map, like a map like this, but it's a meta event raid on Raisu, and there's a Zaitan boss at the end or something. That's cool to me. I can imagine that being really awesome. But that's because I imagine it being in Raisu Palace with a bunch of new assets. You know, there's a bunch of new models and things that we're going through, and it feels like a distinct palace with the red and the gold and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is, it wouldn't be like that. It would be a mix and match of all the existing stuff that they've got. You know. Which is what they did here. This doesn't really feel very good as the Deep to me. I'm really sad to say that. It just feels like voidy place under the Jade. It doesn't feel like I'm breaking into some weird, fucked up realm beneath the mist and beneath the Jade, like it did in Guild Wars 1. It's not a dramatically new environment that we're in. I mean, it has its charm. It's like voidy charm, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't quite nail it. Now, to be fair, they might do that on the second half. But again, that's that same argument again, isn't it? It's like... This feels like an appetizer. That's all I can say. It feels like a very small, very narrow appetizer of a patch. As a first impression, can I just point out again? As a first impression. Yeah, the Deep could be the next... Oh, the next X-Pack. I don't know. I mean, they probably shouldn't have blown this. On the world map, it looks like the Deep. Don't get me wrong. On the world map, it feels pretty much fucking there. The art. The colouring and stuff. What would this be called? The Twilight Deep or something? The Super Deep? Alright, anything else, guys? I feel like I'm going in circles. Any other thoughts or comments? We've gone 3 hours here. What's everyone's take here? The deeper deep, the really deep. Would the appetizer be better if it was walking on the Jade Seymour? I mean, maybe. It's so little story, that's the thing. There's very little, very few characters. They didn't confidently do anything, did they, really? You can sum up this story in a sentence, and fairly accurately. And that sentence is... The Commander, Goric, Rama, and Yao go beneath the Jade and find a monster eating ley lines. That's it. That's the story. I mean, maybe there's a second sentence there, which is people are being driven mad, including many members of the Jade Brotherhood. That's the story. It's like you're really not actually missing anything there. Okay, a third sentence. Chul Moon features heavily. Chul Moo's personality is explored somewhat. By the way, I think something's going on as well. Just because people like me and the established community whine that it's not on par with Living World, doesn't necessarily mean that their plan is bad. You know, maybe once people's expectations are lowered, they can get away with doing patches like this all the time. I don't know. I don't know. You thought it's in Divinity's Reach? Yeah, I thought In would be in it. Being pessimistic, you found their storytelling since the end of Season 4 terrible? No, not since the end of Season 4. The start of the Icebreed Saga was very good. Patch 1, 2, and 3 of the Icebreed Saga were very good. It all fell apart with Drizzlewood. Drizzlewood onward is a serious black spot. Really fucking bleak times for story enthusiasts, Drizzlewood onwards. You wanted some easy End of Dragons mastery points on the map because you're way short of doing your masteries? Well, go play the game. Go do the original masteries. I don't know. I'm fine with that. This patch didn't need to do that. Was Drizzlewood bad? Why? Well, they kind of really fucked with some characters like Smoder. But they were trying to tell a story of a civil war, which is a really cool big idea. But they didn't. The patches didn't have the scope for it on any level, and were also completely wrapped up in all the other stuff that was going on with Norn and with Jormag and so on. And it had an okay ending, but generally speaking, I don't know. There was a lot iffy about Drizzlewood, and also it took us to a really cool area of the world, but did nothing with the setting. So I started film. Drizzlewood 1 was marginally better than Drizzlewood 2. But then you see Jormag's face, and then we're into Champions, and it's really, really bad at that point. Champions, Dragonstorm, the rushing of everything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into some massive swirling negative circle jerk here. Yeah, all right. I'll give it a rating out of 10. Okay, so just to be clear, Thunderheads, which I believe, as far as story content, all the stuff with the auditorium and all that shit, Thunderhead, Dragonfall, even the patch before them, A Star to Guide Us, with Jahai, those are the best Living World patches ever made, as far as I'm concerned. So let's give that, you know, there's no such thing as perfect. Let's give them 9 out of 10, whatever. Yeah, let's give them 10 out of 10s, whatever. Let's not be picky. The worst patch ever. You might say Corn. I mean, the thing is, story. Oh god, what am I rating? What am I judging? Story. This is pretty shit story patch. It's good subject material, but it's very thin. This feels like a season 2 patch on a big map with mounts enabled. That's how this feels. This feels like a season 2 patch. I'd probably give it a 3 or a 4. Compared to the best, a 3 or a 4 out of 10. I'm very happy that they went in all the directions I want to see them go in, but I think that there's just so little exploration. I mean, I don't know though. What about this bonus lore? Has anyone done the bonus lore? Is the bonus lore really good? What about all the ambient dialogue on the in the buildings and things? Maybe there's a lot of cool shit actually that I'm still missing. So as a first impression, I'll give it a 3 or a 4. As a long-term thing, who knows? What I would like to do now is play a lot more of this and then do a proper review of it. Maybe.
Each other down here. Working in a poisonous mine with you idiots all day, night.
You can't find the bonus lore anywhere. Well, yeah, I haven't found any.
It's more than just that. Crack a book once in a while. Learn some history.
You're gonna be history if you don't shut up about your stupid books.
See? It's getting to you too.
It sucks. This is like the reverse of Drizzlewood, right? Drizzlewood was a really dense, feature-filled patch, right? Really, really captivating, like, meta event. Lots of detail everywhere. Good, lengthy story. Plenty of discussion. Interesting characters we were with. You know, there was lots and lots and lots layered into Drizzlewood, but they were making terrible big-ticket decisions, in my opinion. And this is the reverse. They've made really good big ticket decisions. I want to go under the Jade. I want to see the madness. I want to, you know, fuck with the commander's head. I want to be a bit dark and a bit bleak. I want to be, you know, I want references to Almora and Tybalt and stuff. All the big ticket stuff is great in this patch, but it's not. It's a very thin patch. So it's like you get one or the other. Get good decision making with a thin patch, or you get poor decision making with really detailed patches. You know. Can we get both at once at some point? Is that right? I think if you compare these releases to other MMOs, that's when it gets depressing. Even WoW has a detailed roadmap now. Well, I don't know about Elder Scrolls Online or WoW, but I do know that FF is... They don't really do the map thing, but they are so feature-rich with what they do. All the new bosses and raids and alliance battles and stuff that they do, they're crazy with their releases. There's so much to dig into. And the story is long as fuck in that. You know, it's not like a couple of hours. It's like you get to spend hours with loads of characters and so much. Oh, their patches are so much wealthier, deeper than what you get here in Guild Wars. It's for just a story enthusiast. I do know that that's a bit depressing. I hate to keep going on and on and on about that game. I'm really sorry, guys. But just so that everyone knows, by the way, as far as my like content is concerned, I'm going back to Final Fantasy very soon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Twitch playthrough, so keep an eye out. And I think I can start saying this. When I do it, basically, I'm going to finish 6, and I'm going to finish Tomb Raider. And then I'm going to be looking back at Endwalker. But what we're going to do is A Realm Reborn, I'm pretty sure. So what I'll be doing is starting over. And so it'll be a really good time for outsiders to get into it and learn it. Because I'm going to literally be at the start of the game. And it's awful and it's rubbish, but you'll see as we go through it. So anyway, those are my current thoughts. But there's going to be a lot of that content coming up. So yeah. Story-wise, yes for 14. For gameplay, though, not really. You always know what a patch has. One trial, one dungeon. There's a straight corridor and a side activity. The thing is, I think you can make that argument. I really love all that shit, though. I love the trials. I love the raids. I love the alliance raids. I love the dungeons. I love shit like Bosnia and Eureka and stuff that all gets expanded on. I love that there's a Blue Mage patch that will come in there. There's a lot that they do with that game, to be fair. There is no Bosnia or Eureka. Oh, really? Or POTD? What do you mean it's not a regular thing? Isn't there been one for every expo? Yeah, in Endwalker. Yeah, I don't know how it is right now. That would be so good for Guild Wars 2, regular strikes and fractals. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I do feel that way. Not to mention when they do fucking Unreals, where they like rework a previous boss, or they do ultimates for the actual diehard nerds. You know, there's incredible breadth there. You're afraid of committing time to 14, but it seems very healthy. It's very healthy. To be fair to Guild Wars, you know, it's gone through some shit. To be fair, Guild Wars has gone through some shit, and it's been wobbling since Season 4. But what you're hopefully looking at is the end of the wobble. Do you know what I mean? That's the optimist's view with it. But if this is what we've evened out at, short patch. Guild Wars 2 is going into maintenance mode, thinking otherwise it's delusional. I don't know whether that's fair. We'll see. We'll see what the mini X packs feel like. So I'm just reading chat. This isn't going to be very good watching for people watching the VOD now, because I'm just reading chat, which I assume everyone else is doing too. You try 14, but you can't stand weeb stuff? I don't really know what that means, to be honest. I mean, there's a certain aesthetic to it, but I mean, get over it. It doesn't matter, does it? It's skin deep. You really should just look past the skin deep stuff. You tried 14 for 50 hours and didn't like it? It's because it's awful. The game is terrible. It is fucking horrendous for ages. It really is one of those horrible things, and I hate that I've ended up believing in it, but it is like, It's just a terrible game for hours and 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 hours, and then it's like, oh wow, this is an amazing game. And that is just the brutal truth of it. Do you remember I did a new player video for Guild Wars 2 where I said skip the personal story, skip after like level 40 or whatever. Don't be scared to skip Heart of Thorns, get your mounts. Do you remember when I said that? And I had a lot of Guild Wars 2 diehards saying, no, they've got to do it all, they've got to do it in order. But I believe in that advice for 14 as well to a certain degree. I'm just not a good enough player to really know where that lies or whatever. Here's a question. Yeah, anyone got any questions for me? Because I'm about to sign out. If you've got a question, let's hear it. WP, why didn't ArenaNet continue doing what they were doing in Season 4? Well, they've never really had an official statement about that. The question isn't even that. The question isn't that. The question is why after POF didn't they greenlight another expansion in tandem with Season 4? Okay, because you got to look. Remember, the timeline is always shunted earlier than you realise it is. But when Heart of Thorns finished, they went all out with Guild Wars, and they said, okay, let's make an expansion and Season 3 together. Season 3 has its faults. Everything's going to have its faults. There's no such thing as a perfect patch. But Season 3 was regular, feature-rich, you know, legendaries coming into the game, new maps in disparate biomes, and it was telling a really convoluted, tricky story about Balthazar. You had Season 3 going on, and while that was going on, they were making POF. Remember, like in the middle of Season 3, the POF leaks came out, all the big, and they're just these fuck-off maps with these amazing mounts and stuff. That was all, and wasn't the Fractal series coming out as well? Like the Arc story in Fractals? They were clearly going big dick on Guild Wars at that time. Huge! POF came out, and right when POF came out, they said, let's not do that again. Instead of making a new expansion, they didn't. They cut it quietly behind the scenes. Nothing. There was nothing. So then because clearly they wanted something else to come out at the end of Season 4, clearly. But then that didn't work, so Season 4 ended, and they had nothing. So then, and then remember, I mean, it's people talk very empathetically about this, but you know, a bunch of people lost their jobs. Let's remember that. Right at the end of Season 4, a huge amount of the studio was down. It was clearly a disaster. It was clearly a fucking something major shit was going on, major mishandling, mismanagement, whatever, and they had nothing. So then the rest of it's all been scrambling these past few years. This is the exit of the scramble. You're looking at it. That's why the Icebrood Saga is a thing. That's why there's like double seasons. Like this was not planned. The Icebrood Saga was not planned. It was cobbled together at the last moment. Do you think this patch is worth $7? Since that's really how we can look at this with this new model. Assuming an expansion is 3.5 patches and $30. Yeah, I think it is. I think the way that people value this stuff is way off. Or maybe mine's way off. But yeah, I'd pay $7 for that. What's that, a $5? Yeah, I'd pay a $5. If this was like a bonus mission pack for a $5, I would spend a $5 on this, yeah. And I would spend a $5 every 3 months on something like this, of this scope. For sure. It actually feels really good at around that price point, I think. Don't you guys think? You wouldn't have paid, but you feel like you'd be missing... Oh, you'd be missing nothing by skipping it. Yeah, I mean, that's a weird thing with the valuation of this stuff as well. When it's a long linear story, selling them chapter by chapter, kind of... It's weird to skip around and stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, I think I'd get my money worth. The thing is, if they can't actually use that business model with a big meta event and stuff like that. Hey WP just joined. Overall impressions of the patch, very low. But maybe I had the wrong expectations. It feels like this is a hint of things to come, and what I really want is a date on the next patch. If it's only like 12 weeks away, 10 weeks away, that's not too bad to me. I'm alright with that. But if we're waiting like half a year for an expansion to this or something, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead, guys. I think that this is a quarterly patch. I think that this is what quarterlies will be like. I think we're gonna wait 12 weeks, for an expansion to this. And then I think we're going to wait 12 weeks and get an Echoveld Forest thing, hopefully. And another 12 weeks for an expansion to the Echoveld Forest. That'll be a year, and then there'll be a mini X-Pack. That's what I think. I think for the rest of this year, you're going to get an expansion to this map. And then you're going to get Echoveld and an expansion to the map. And hopefully those next 3 are a bit meatier. I really think they should be meatier. But I think that's what this year is. And then next year kicks off with the first mini X-Pack. That's what I think it is. I think we're in quarterlies. You do think that blog post was incredibly cryptic? Yeah, it withheld very... I mean, most crucially, it withheld a release date for the first mini X-Pack. If we had that, we could do better guessing. If the first mini X-Pack is next summer, we're in for a rough one, I think. I think we're in for a really, really rocky time for Guild Wars if it's next summer. But I don't think it'll be that long away. What's this? If you have to reference Doomers from 4 years ago and we're still playing the game, and we are still playing the game, you've answered your own question. Wait, well, is that in reference to me or something else someone else said? Oh, looking back, do you think the Doomers in 2019 were right? Well, I don't know. What flavour of Doomer was that? There's always Doomers. We just had someone saying that this game's on life support. That's not true. You know, there's always hysterical... There will always be people that say it's much, much, much worse than it is. Just as there'll always be shills and, you know, company men, like I often am. Being, you know, trying to find... Desperately searching through for a silver lining. Will I try Wild Hearts once the issues are fixed for that game? I don't really know anything about it. WP, so normally a quarterly update would end the story of an expansion, right? But End of Dragons ended itself, so that put them in a tough position. This feels like a nice filler. I think narratively you might be onto something there. Maybe. No, there's nothing wrong with the decisions they made narratively here. There's just too little exploration. There's too little conversation with the characters we took. There's too little... You know, there should have been, you know, ideally there'd be a moment where we hear about what's going on with the power situation in New Kaining. We meet with In for a minute, you know, we catch up at Arborstone and talk to Ayumi and figure out what's going on there. You know, we have a bit more conversation with the Brotherhood and stuff. But this was just laser focused, like couple of characters in and out, you know? A completely unnamed demon. The big decisions that they made were fine, but this is it's thin, guys. Thin is a very good word to describe this patch. This is one of the thinnest patches I've played since Season 2. And this isn't a game that already struggled with shit like that. Christ, I honestly think, actually, guys, count your lucky stars that this isn't an established thing. Imagine if this was one of your Joko patches. Imagine if this was like Long Live the Lich or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Thank your lucky stars that that they can be this thin with it at the moment, that they don't have that much overhead and baggage. Because Christ, if this was a big fan favourite thing that people were like really looking for, I mean, fuck me, there would be riots. The deep is ironically shallow. Appetizer is a good phrase. It's like a little, okay, here's what's coming. And maybe, actually, I think that's why you've seen that they've been so quiet on promoting this release, because the more they promote this release or hype it up or talk about it, the more people... But there's very little expectations here. Oh, cool, they did these. That's good. I wonder if this will count for my other achievement for it. I'm happy to see they did this. And by the way, this is all... I really should play this more before I talk more. I kind of hate doing, like... review-oriented shit when it's just first impressions. I mean, if first impressions are a dime a dozen. Wow, this is taking us really far. From Meteor Story, should they use old maps? Take us across Tyria a bit? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I would rather zero voice acting, returning to old maps, but as long as I get heaps of things to discuss and read and, you know, press F on lots of people, have lots of long conversations, read and enjoy, and actually have, you know, lots of stuff to dig into. In could have been in this patch, Ayumi could have been in this patch, Kazmir could have been in this patch, so you don't have to voice them. Just fucking dump the character model in there and write a script. That's my view on it. And yeah, I would reuse locations a ton. If I could have it my way, I would have had like an hour and a half of content before we even get to the fucking map. And some people saying it's too much, it's going to be boring. Well, guess what? It's not voice acted. You can just skip it. Just spam through if you're so inclined. But for people who want story, they should write story. That's my view. I think missing a strike is a big thing on this patch that I wish this patch had had. I think a strike would have been really, 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 really good. A strike and follow up with a CM next time. But I guess what's happening is they're designing mini X-Pack strikes actually at the moment. They're probably thinking, I mean, it's weird to think what might be going on behind closed doors right now. They're probably like thinking about the Sunset Isle or some shit. I don't know. They're thinking about, they're creating a Largo City as we speak, you know. And that's always the thing. There probably are things going on. I mean, that's the thing. It comes back to mini X-Packs. Do mini X-Packs have captivating features? Do they have a worthwhile replacement for elite specs? Is the mini X-Pack actually exciting? If it is, I'll take some thin duds here. If this came out 3 months after Ender Dragons, I think we'd be happy knowing in another 3 months more content. Yeah, I mean, just where the fuck's the roadmap for these releases? Like, if people want dates, I think. When's the next patch? When is it? Copium? No, it's that's not Copium, man. That's clearly what they're doing. They're clearly making a mini X-Pack right now. Obviously. And yeah, why? Well, it might be an underwater thing at Largo City. Why not? And yes, a part of that X-Pack will be strikes, and they'll be working on it. Of course, that's what they're doing. Of course, that's what they're doing. There is someone out there whose job it is right now to make the next Guild Wars 2 strike. They're doing it. You think I was onto something with the Lissa connection? In your opinion, the next X-Pack will be God's focus? Could be. Mist, Gods, and maybe, yeah, Lissa. What the fuck? A breath of filtered air. oh, Gods. I just got an achievement because the meta's going on and I just stood up at camp. So I got all of those. Yeah, I'm a boss, guys. I just completed the Crisis meta event without being affected by the haze. Look at that, everybody. You should AFK here. I just got 3 AP. Look at that. Yeah, sorry everyone. I read a guide on the wiki about that, on how to cheese it before I came in. I just had to make it look, you know, like an accident. It's weird to think if I'd just played there, I probably would have had a bunch of loot. I wonder what the gold is like here as well. Because in a way, that's a way you can placate the mob as well. That's a way you can jingle the keys and stop the whining and the dissent. Just throw gold at people. I mean, yeah, it damages the long-term integrity of the economy, but you know, you can just fix that with some other wacky gold sinks. Speaking of which, by the way, I think there's a hidden achievement now to get all the Aurene weapons. Like, if you get every variation of every Aurene weapon, there's a title for it now. And on Reddit, someone mathed it out, and it's something like it's like $3,000 or something if you were going to buy it. Fire rail money. Perhaps the 2 quarterly maps are linked to the Luxons and Kurziks. Yeah, I'd like to hear that. I would like to hear that over this year we're gonna expand this, and then we'll go to the. Do you know what I would actually really like? The thing is, am I setting the bar too high? Here's what I'm gonna. One of the last things I'm gonna say before I turn this off. Okay. So, where are we? We're at the end of February. So, May, okay, if in May we get this, and then, like, July we get this, and then, like, Halloween we get this, okay, and then right at the end of the year there's a little something up here. Set the bar. If there is another thing and we get a little something there right before we now move into the mini X-Pack for about 12 months away, I'll be alright with that for a year of Guild Wars. I'll be okay with that for sure. But the mini X-Pack has to succeed. By the way, I never asked, do you have headcanon lore for my Asura? Only a little bit, which is that when I made her, her face looked a little bit different. And then like 2 years after the game came out, I gave her a total makeover. And I made the blotches on her skin darker. And I said that to myself, that's because she's older now. That's the only headcanon I've ever had for her. I'm not much of a role player. Yeah, 3,460 US dollars. There you go. I feel like if we got through this next patch in 3 months and found out the next X-Pack wasn't this year, it would totally defeat the whole purpose. Well, I don't know. I know some people have said no, but I still think it's 4 quarterlies to a mini X-Pack. That's what I think it is. Well, maybe it's not though, because they said 2 in the mini X-Pack and 1 during quarterlies. Title was too long to fit, and it's just Boundless Light. It's just Boundless. Oh, really? I mean, long titles are cool. One of the reasons I like Guam here is because it's a long title. Their slogan was that the next release is always a few months away. Yeah, but the release can be a quarterly or an expansion. That doesn't actually tell us anything, does it? Okay, guys, I'm going to stop it there. I'm going to stop it there because I think we're going in circles a bit, and there's going to be people who just drop regular YouTube comments. Keep an eye on the channel because I will have stuff. I'll have more of a formal review. What I'll probably do is casually just play this game and sort of see how it goes. And maybe have some more structured thoughts as we go forwards. But to everyone, I'm deadly serious. Tomb Raider and FF6 are my priority going forwards. You know, I'll probably make a little bit more content about this patch, but in a way that's actually very liberating to me because I can get on with my life and do other stuff. You know, there's been a bit of a big whoa Guild Wars moment over these past 2 months, but yeah. So we'll get back to that. And yeah, that's it. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for coming. I know it's been very early in the morning and out of nowhere and all that. Yeah, I'll stick with it. I think 3 or 4 out of 10 on this release. If we're comparing it to Living World, but maybe we shouldn't be doing that. It feels like a Season 2 patch. That's how I'll say it. Cheers, guys. Have a good evening. I'll see you next time.